the back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John and Josh.
The whining has started already, ladies and gentlemen.
From
Yes,
who?
You
From
guys
you.
are great complainers.
From
Who
you.
is complaining?
You-
Nick was the one complaining.
Yeah, but you were saying that he's complaining because he's wearing his stocking cap.
I have no zone gear on right now, Happer, so I'm getting accosted.
But Nick pointed out, and very smartly so,
No, not
that we
smartly.
are wearing headsets that cover your ears.
Doesn't keep it warm, though.
Yeah, it does.
Not warm enough.
As one who has done many a high school football game out on tops of press box roofs in the month of November, these
Hard to
things
argue
do
with that.
work. Now, when it gets really cold, yeah, you do want to.
Yeah.
You do want.
What about the
more
rest of your
protection.
head, though? You know, the rest of your head still needs to be covered. I support
Well,
Josh in this endeavor.
Thank you, Happer.
That's what this cool zone cap from who? Oh my gosh!
Wow.
What's our friend?
Jay
Logo man.
Not Mitchell, right?
Yes, it is
Or
Jay
was it
Mitchell.
Mitchell Engraving.
Yeah.
Mitchell Engraving.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Jack Mitchell.
I was trying to remember. You know, you do the word association thing, and I was like, okay, it's a name I say a lot, and it was a comment. I couldn't remember if it was Mitchell.
It's
or
from
something
Eddie.
else.
Eddie.
Mitchell Engraving. Yes, our great zone hat. This is a leather. See this, and this is leather.
You're
too.
with me, Leather.
So the leather protects you from the cold.
Does it?
Yeah, my forehead's
that
going to be
little
very
logo?
warm. Yep, it's very insulated.
Well,
It's gonna
Happer,
be
when the
awesome.
sun sets, I'm going to be feeling awesome out here because I'll have my hat on and I'll be very warm.
Well, you
my
got-
ears will be very warm.
What's up with your cool guy sunglasses, too?
These are what are in my car, and so I forgot to bring a different pair.
Oh,
but
John's got his cool guy sunglasses, too.
just a couple of cool guys.
Well, the problem is the contrast of the computer screen. It's really hard to read.
yeah.
So I've taken them off. But the sun is behind the protective covering here. So for now, we're okay. That's the only disadvantage of doing things outdoors is it's sometimes hard to see the computer
Yes,
screen.
the sun is going to set, and it is going to be in our face, and then it's going to go down, and then it's going to be really cold. But I will have my hat on, and so my head will be very comfortable.
At least
But
you guys are seasoned experts. I mean, this is what we do this. We did this last year.
Yep.
You guys do the show all the time outside in the
Yeah, I
parking
wouldn't
lot.
say all the time. I think this is only our second time, right?
That's all the time.
It was last year and this year.
Yeah, because we actually used to do Toys for Tots Happer at a grocery store or near a grocery store a few years ago.
The only other one I remember doing, where were we? We were out West O.
We were at like a hospital of some sort,
I think
maybe.
so, yeah.
I forgot about
Yeah.
that. That's been a while.
Yeah, kind of out there by Village Point, I think, as I recall.
Uh-huh.
But yes, we're here to stuff the truck. I would turn the camera around, but it's attached to my computer. I'm not going to bother. But there's the truck, the two men in a truck that we are stuffing. There you go, Josh. He'll turn his
Look at
camera
that.
around.
Whoa!
There it is.
They're stuffing it.
They're stuffing it. And just bring us a new unwrapped toy for the kids. And we'll stuff that truck today and tomorrow and make sure those toys, courtesy of the U.S. Marines and Toys for Tots, get to children who could use a little holiday spirit this year. You know, these are the types of things that this holiday is meant for. Not all that annoying commercialism, not all that annoying Christmas music, not all the
Annoying
insipid Christmas decorations that I was hauling up and down the stairs today. Up and down the stairs. Oh, I needed that box of ornaments. Bring me that box of ornaments. I'm up and down the
This
stairs.
seems like more of a complaint about your wife than it does the holiday.
I just assume everybody has the same issues.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, but
My wife had COVID. I set up everything by myself.
This
She was very appreciative.
This is why Christmas is here. This is why
The toys, the aforementioned toys that you were just complaining about?
No, I was not complaining about toys.
Oh.
I was complaining about Christmas decorations and insipid Christmas
You
music.
also mentioned the commercialism.
And the commercialism.
Yeah,
You bring
one of the key elements of all the Christmas movies and TV shows and all those things is what is the true meaning of Christmas? So you're saying this is the true meaning of Christmas?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Giving to those less fortunate, making the children happy and bright. Isn't that one of the lyrics to one of them weird songs?
Weird songs.
Yeah.
One of the Christmas carols,
Yeah.
John.
Yeah.
It
Isn't
is.
John, you don't
making
even like
spirits happy and
the
bright.
old, like the quick, like almost kids versions of Christmas songs, like the ones you learned when you were in elementary school and you had to do
Jingle
a
bells,
music.
Batman
Jingle
smells,
bells.
Robin laid an egg.
Those are good. You don't hear those on the
Lost a
radio.
wheel, Krisher broke his leg.
The
Yeah,
other
they
one you
don't.
hear on the radio is like the Mariah
All
Carey
I
song.
want
Yeah,
for Christmas
yeah.
is you,
Which I kind of mess with for like 3 days every year, and then
Nice.
I quit.
Oscar wants to know, where is Nick? Nick is here. He keeps taking photos and videos of us. Oh, were we on the wrong side? My
Well,
bad.
yeah, we're sitting
No, yeah,
opposite.
yeah.
I
I didn't
just
even think
decided
about
to
it.
flip us
No,
around
yeah.
there a little bit.
There's Nick. Nick's here.
Nick's here.
Yep. So,
Nick,
yeah.
Nick's around somewhere. And don't worry,
Nick,
if
Nick,
it's
Nick.
too chilly for you, or if it gets too chilly for you,
Yeah.
Nick will come as you bring your vehicle in with your
Whoa.
unwrapped toys. He will come to your vehicle and take the toy from you to put it in the truck. You don't even have to get out of your vehicle.
Oh,
if
that's
you don't want
awesome.
to.
But
If
then-
you don't want,
But then you have to talk to Nick.
no, you can just pretend that you don't. You can just say, "Me habla no English," and just hand him the toy, or me spreche Deutsch, and just hand him the toy.
Hey, please, somebody stop by.
Yeah,
Me
say,
spreche
Deutsch.
Deutsch.
Didn't
you like to get
just, you
busy?
say, "Ich bin ein Berliner."
I want this to happen really bad.
That should be the key. Yeah, just come in and hand your toy to Nick and say, "Ich bin ein Berliner."
That's how we know if you're a friend of the Grum. If you sprechen the Deutsch to Nick Grimm.
Sprechen the Deutsch.
Let's see if we can get the under to hit. Be a great
Getting
time.
awfully close.
Yeah, we are. We really are. We really are. It's going to be a great day, Happer. Are you going to hang out with us until 6 o'clock?
Well, I have a game to go to, and it starts at 7. So I don't.
that's right.
Easy.
Easy.
I don't see
It's-
why I wouldn't.
Jay's lives at the volleyball.
It's not quite Jay's Live. It's just, I like to welcome all the volleyball fans, in a neutral way.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you have to do that thing?
Yeah.
Because it's an NCAA tournament, yes.
That's so dumb.
Even though the whole arena says Creighton and there's
Yeah.
Creighton banners everywhere and the
Mhm.
fans are all Creighton, it's like, nope, we have to be neutral because this is the NCAA and
Mhm.
we're very stuffy.
We are, we're 2 weeks away from the first college football playoff game. And we had Chris Vanini on recently to talk about it. And so while they will be home games, apparently they still have to play fight songs and the walkout music.
Stupid.
It's so weird, man. Like the reward is home field. You don't have to do all the other stuff. It's not that big of a deal.
I love it when the Steelers play a playoff game in Kansas City and in the fourth quarter they do
No,
no,
they have to play Red Kingdom now.
I
I'm
did
saying
get
they go to Kansas City.
Oh, it can't see.
Yeah.
yesterday. I definitely got. I told a couple people this. I got some PTSD from the College World Series because it's an NCAA run event, and they play
Yeah.
that. They play like their NCAA like
Oh.
hype video with the music and like the Olympic sounding music. Yes.
Yeah.
I go, oh, jeez. And then somebody was in earshot of me who was familiar, and I was like, we made eye contact, like, whoa, this is not good. Not
Yeah,
what I asked for right now.
When I hear that music, Happer, I think of walking to my car to leave,
Oh,
or
you bastard.
walking to the
I hate
stadium
you.
to kill time
I
in
hate you.
between shows.
Because that music triggers usually to me that I have to take my last 2 bites of the food I'm choking
That's
down
true.
between games
100%.
because the first game went 4 hours and we only had 10 minutes between broadcasts.
That's
And
true.
I'm like, oh, quick, I got to write down my
That triggers to me that I have to go outside in the blistering sun and
Yeah.
and sweat for 3 to 4 consecutive hours.
You know what I'm realizing now? In June, there will be a new coworker who I'll be co-hosting various shows with at the College World Series, Matt McMaster.
Matt McMaster.
I'll be hanging out with Matt.
Uh-huh.
That'll probably be the first time that I do shows with him.
Could
Wonder how it'll go.
Might be the first time you meet him.
Might be the first time I meet him. I famously do not get to the office until later than he
Hey,
leaves.
do we haze the new guy and make him do the first overreaction, the bowl game?
Yes, I actually say yes.
For sure.
There you
I
go.
think that is his reward. Welcome to 1620 The Zone. You get to do Big Red
Have fun.
overreaction. solo by yourself.
Oh,
Big pinstripe overreaction.
Uh-huh.
yeah. Oh, people will be reacting
Have him
to
do it with Jimmy Allen.
whatever.
There you go, Joey.
Whatever
Jimmy Allen.
weird alternate jerseys Nebraska's going to wear for this
Oh,
pinstripe
no.
bowl.
Oh no, will they wear pinstripe jerseys?
You know, they might do
Too
something
bad-
stupid.
It's too bad they can't turn it around that fast to wear pinstripe jerseys. Can they put a fun little doohickey on the helmet?
Well, they're going to have so many new players anyway that, guys haven't played before.
That's
you know,
true.
they might as well,
That's true.
Hey, I don't recognize any of these guys. Where are the rest of them? Oh, that's right. The
Mhm.
portal people.
Yep, they're gone. They've left.
They're all in the portal.
Yeah, the portal
One
people.
of Happer's callers today compared Emmett Johnson to Amir Abdullah. I found that to be an interesting take.
Me too.
Well, they're both running backs.
They are legally running backs.
They're both running backs who have worn the red N.
Uh-huh.
And there you go.
That they are not the same. They
No.
are
No.
not the
One
not the
of
same.
these things is not
Amir
like
Abdullah
the
is
other.
still playing professional football.
How
That's right.
crazy is that? A decade later.
Yeah,
That's awesome. Good for him.
he
man.
is. He's still getting it done.
Yep.
He had a nice kickoff return.
Yes,
Was it
he
kickoff
did.
or punt return. I can't remember
Was
which.
that the Chiefs game or was it the game
yes.
before the Chiefs
Yes,
game?
that was a Chiefs
Okay.
game.
I was going to say, I knew
That
it
was
was
a Chiefs game.
knew it was recent.
So, yeah, he's still getting it done. Good on you,
Heck yeah, he is.
Mr. Abdullah.
I'm gonna say the truck's looking good. Shout out to two men in a truck for bringing the
It
the
is.
truck around.
They got a brand new truck, and our friends from Woodhouse Chevrolet, who's one of our co-sponsors, brought a couple of. They brought one of their electric Silverados, and I think that was the Blazer EV. I think is the other one.
Hello.
And they're sitting right next to the lot. I thought about parking the Boo next to them. 'Cause we're all Team Chevy.
But we're not allowed to. We're not allowed to put our cars in this lot.
Well,
Yeah,
that was going to be my in of helping promote the Woodhouse
Not a
brand,
bad idea.
Woodhouse Chevy brand. Here's my Boo.
I guess that's hard to argue with.
Yeah,
This
Hard
is
to
a
argue.
real life car driven by a real life person.
a real life person. Exactly.
And it probably already has 10,000 miles on it because it's driven from Omaha to Lincoln every day.
Every day.
Yeah, you got it, a month ago, and you probably already put that many miles on it?
Not quite.
Man, that's crazy.
Because remember, last week I was in Las Vegas. So I didn't.
You
know
were.
that.
That's true. He took a week off. Yeah.
Took a week off. The car sat in the garage.
Oh, that's nice.
Car
I bet the
sat
car
in the garage.
thanks you,
Probably does.
The
yeah.
car's like, wow, this is great. And then you get back from Vegas off the plane, you're like, back to work.
Back to work.
Time for us to drive. Time to drive.
It is time to drive.
Mhm.
That could be a scene in our post-apocalyptic movie, or what was happening where the car,
the dystopian ones?
the
where you-
dystopian movie.
yeah, where you can't.
What was the one where the car enjoyed having gas put in it?
Oh,
Well, that was your car.
Oh, yeah, that's
no,
mine.
now he's
That
going to
was-
do the voice.
That was Connor's horny car.
Yep.
What?
I thought he was going to do the voice.
I know. I'm stunned that he's not
You
doing
can't see him, but Nick was starting to do the Trump dance over here.
What?
It sure
Nick
looked like
loves
it. He
Trump?
kept doing this
it.
thing. He kept doing this thing.
YMCA's hitting, and so Nick's time to dance
Yep.
for him. They played YMCA at the Vegas festival that
They
when Happer
did.
and I went, and
They
many
did.
people were doing the dance.
Yeah, they did.
Many people.
That song
There
gets
were
the
a few
people going.
doing the OG YMCA.
Yeah.
I think it's the dance.
Does Nick
now.
not have a
Well,
microphone available
No.
to him?
That dance is. I mean, it's not just to that song. It's to every song.
Oh, when I think of the Trump dance, I think of it to YMCA.
Oh, I didn't know it had like a chorus.
That's how it started.
I thought
It's
he was
definitely
dancing
that,
to,
yeah.
to Lee Greenwood.
No, well, he
That's
definitely
a
does
great
listen
song
that.
to dance to, by the way.
Which one?
The Lee Greenwood song, the only Lee Greenwood
God
song.
bless the USA.
Yeah. Did you know he did a
Nick.
God Bless Canada in
I heard
the
about
same
this.
tune?
I
What
heard
in the
about
world?
this.
I had no idea until recently.
I heard about this.
You've seen this and heard
I
about
have
this?
seen this and I've heard about this.
Nice.
Lee Greenwood made a God Bless Canada song.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
kind of like
God bless you, Canada.
I can't.
No way.
What was the guy's name?
I'm serious, Happer.
But the Talkin' Baseball song, Talkin' Baseball.
Yeah.
He did one for every
Terry-
franchise.
Terry.
Terry Richards,
That sounds right. Let's see.
Terry Cashman.
Terry Cashman. That sounds right.
Yeah, the Talkin' Baseball song
We used to
done-
use it.
was done for every single team. So they were team specific, like the Royals. It was
Mhm.
you
Willie
know,
Wilson, Georgie Brett,
Brett
Roy
and Dane Ork. I'm
Baseball,
talking base, whatever.
Happer, when we used to. for some
Akins, Tom Poquette. What?
Here is something that is from the olden times on this show. We used to do a weekly Royals interview for some reason.
why
Back
did
in
we
the day
do
where
that?
it was great, where
You were
times
here.
were better.
God, we did?
And you made the open, and it was with that song.
Yeah.
Talking
that's right. It was that
baseball,
song with Hal McRae's
Georgie
famous
Brett.
rant
Yes.
where he started slamming
Happer,
things.
I'm serious. We talked to a Royals guest every
The same Royals guest?
No, it was like Seren Petro.
Yeah,
It
it was a dark period for the show. We
Seren
were really
Petro's
desperate.
producer.
Make your show great again. Do it
No.
more.
No, we are never doing.
You know what
that
else we
again.
would do? We would also talk to a Broncos and Packers guest weekly as well.
Well, it wasn't
Paco.
weekly. It was kind of.
Did they alternate?
It was just kind of when we felt like.
Because
it.
we had what was our Dan Needles?
Dan Needles in Green Bay.
Yep.
And-
Andy
and
Kinney
Darren-
set us up with
and
him.
Darren McKee
And then Darren
in
McKee
in Denver.
Yep. Oh man.
The still the greatest interview of all time before the infamous
Oh.
Ravens playoff game, where we asked him, and we still have the drop in the system somewhere.
Yep.
And this was the game where they hit the long pass, forced overtime, beat Peyton Manning
In
in Denver.
double OT, yeah.
And it was like, what are the chances
Yeah.
the Ravens are going to win this game? And he goes, 0. And we smashed the hell out of that drop the whole next week.
It's a great drop.
Stibbs was not happy.
No, he was having a bad time. He was
Oh,
having a
man.
very, very bad time. Yep.
Bring it back. You guys should do an NFC North interview every week since the NFC North is back.
We would, but all the Bears correspondents are all in rehab right now.
Yeah, they're having a bad time. We did stumble upon a really good Vikings guest within the last years, but I don't know if Matthew Collar covers them anymore.
I don't
feel
think
like
so.
I feel like he moved and he doesn't cover them anymore, but could be
Yeah.
wrong. Could be wrong. Yeah,
Mm.
those days are over.
Yeah, do more of
Stibbs,
those.
cool guys. This is fun. Good to hear from you, Stibbs.
What's Stibbs' grievance this time? He's
Well,
mad about we're talking about the Broncos at all, period.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, it'd be a happier Bronco talk these days.
Uh-huh.
They're actually decent, good, playoff good. Going to the playoffs. Denver's going to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, who else would get in front of them? Knicks, Dolphins? They can't win when the weather is below 45 degrees.
That's true.
It'd be too chilly for them in this parking lot here at 5011 Capitol Avenue.
Yeah, how many of their appendages would fall off?
Oh, all of them.
There you go. Great poll question. If you played a game in our parking lot featuring the Dolphins, would they lose?
I think we could beat the Dolphins
Well,
right
they
now.
definitely lose because this surface is literally as hard as concrete.
Yeah, I don't think that
Oh,
should
Tua's
get
head
tackled.
would not enjoy
No,
that.
We all
No.
know what would happen to Tua in that.
Wear a
circumstance.
Guardian cap.
He would
Tua.
never wear a Guardian cap.
Nope. His dad would show up and call him the P word if he put it on. But Dad, it's concrete. It's literal concrete.
Yeah, whatever. That you love the game.
Yep, exactly.
Oh man.
Hmm.
Well, I'm just glad that we got a decent day.
Yeah,
Right.
you've been stressed about this day all week long
Why?
because he was worried it was going to be cold.
Because it's Nebraska, and of course, and you
Is
know,
it not cold?
The wind
No,
is
it's-
not blowing.
It's honestly, it's pretty solid out here.
It is
Happer.
very solid out here now.
Yeah.
I give Mother Nature a few minutes to mess with us because that's what she does. She's a dirty pirate hooker.
But don't worry, Happer. I have my Cowboys blankie that John and I can put over our laps together.
Yeah,
Blanky.
No,
Keep us nice and warm.
I'm not letting that filth touch my legs. I don't know how many people were killed with that thing.
0 people were murdered. My dog has been laying on it lately, though, so there's probably going to be a little dog hair on
You
it.
brought
Don't-
your dog blanket to.
Wait, that's your dog's blanket?
He's been using it lately here.
You don't have a designated dog blanket.
Well-
This is horrendous.
So he has been humping and biting his bed to the point where it is on its last legs.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't
we
he
don't know
kinda
why.
too old for that?
We thought so. We think that Banks is Benjamin Buttoning, where he is becoming a puppy the older he gets. I'm serious. He runs around now more than he has since we got him. It's crazy. So he's been humping his bed after every meal. He eats a meal. That was a great meal. Time to hump. I don't get it.
You brought your
Wow.
dog's hump blanket.
No, that's the bed.
Yeah, and
Happer.
you want me to wear that over my
No.
legs?
The blanket is what I have used as a substitute in the office for him to lay down on because he doesn't try to hump a blanket. Only his bed.
Well, everyone's been trying to hump the Cowboys, so I don't
Okay.
know why he wouldn't do the same.
The blanket is not on the bed. It's a separate blanket. The hump blanket is on the bed.
Wait, I thought you said he's not
Well, the
trying
hump
to
bed
hump the blanket.
has a blanket
The
that is
hump
attached to the bed.
Wow, this
Yeah.
is very interesting.
Trevor says, John, you got to wear the hump blanket. You got to wear the hump blanket.
Tim says, "Why is Josh's blanket murdering people?
Great
Does he
question.
infect it with small?" That was a John joke about how I'm apparently killing natives with my blanket.
Well, I mean, that's what the Cowboys did back in the day. Unfortunately,
it's hard to argue with that.
It was not good.
Yeah, but not my blanket. It's
Not
a
with
very
a
normal
blanket.
blanket. And there's no
I think
excrement on
I think it's warm enough in here. Chris set us up with a nice little thermostat system. We got the gas furnace here, the heater if we need it. Might need it later. I don't know.
That's good.
But right now we're good. I don't think, heck, we've got this tablecloth here that protect us from.
You guys need some hot cocoa?
Oh, Happer, that sounds great.
I have my monster.
I've been thinking about caffeine today. I should have gotten another coffee.
I could bring you a coffee, Josh.
Oh, okay.
I might
That
go
sounds
get
great.
some coffee because I'm gonna need at this rate. I'm gonna need some more coffee.
Yeah. That sounds lovely to me, Happer. I
All
would love a cup.
All right.
Perfect.
Hopefully there's not a text me your order, but hopefully there's not a whole bunch of crap in it.
No, just black coffee.
Nice.
Yep, easy peasy for yours truly.
Yeah, it drives me
I
nuts.
don't want to need
It
the
drives me
frou-frou.
nuts if I'm sent somewhere to get the wife coffee because I'm
What
like,
does she want?
you got to text me what it. Oh,
Oh,
it's the iced caramel latte macalota skim milk blah 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 blah.
Gross. That's way too many things.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a very busy coffee.
Busy.
It's a very busy coffee. It's not even coffee. Let's just be true. It's not coffee.
Brandon writes, the crossover quickly went into Happy New Year with the hump blanket.
The hump blanket.
Nice. Shout out Banks.
That is the advantage of having a girl dog is we don't have issues with Wrigley humping blankets.
Can't argue with that.
So just out of the blue, your dog started humping.
Yeah.
And he never was a humper?
No, had never been a humper, and I'd say 4 or 5 months ago, started humping. Don't know where it came from. Don't know why.
He finally discovered the free porn on the web.
Hey, you know what? Maybe he did. He was like, I put in my ID. I don't know what you're talking about.
Josh is one of those people when they leave the house, they turn on the special channel that plays the doggy stuff. Bank's got a hold of the remote. Switch it to the special doggy channel.
It explains the charges on the credit card.
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Banks.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Mr.
Come on.
Banks.
What are you doing?
Dialing the 900 numbers. Good grief.
BA's Coaches Show says the Connor Humper Show. Connor is a father.
This isn't even my show.
That's true. It is after
your
2
show.
o'clock.
It is after 2.
Exactly. So everything that happens from now on is not my fault.
How about this from Star Wars Fiend? A few years ago, we would have asked Nick if he had a hump blanket. He's come a long way. Shout out to Nick.
That's true.
Yeah. Now we can just assume that he doesn't.
Probably still.
Well, he moved in recently. Remember, they're living in sin.
Oh,
he
that's
sleeps in
right.
that weird other room.
He's living in sin.
Yeah, I have my own room. Cool.
Yeah, I heard that
He
day.
was so excited about his own room at his girlfriend's house. What in the world?
He was taking Jack Mitchell too literally.
It's nice to have an office. Why didn't you say I have an office instead of I have my own room?
I have my own room.
It is a room. Hard to argue with that.
Yeah.
Speaking of having an office and working, is the vlog done, Nick?
They want to know if the vlog is done. Yes.
The vlog is
when's
done?
it going up? It's a zone exclusive.
An email?
Oh, so you have to be a member
Yeah.
of the email club.
Okay, so it's going to be here we go. Subscribe to 1620 the email. Tomorrow, what time is it going to be in the morning? Sometime tomorrow, you'll get the email and it will have a link to the vlog, and then next week it'll be public on our YouTube channel.
I will watch it.
Yeah, go subscribe though and go support, like and subscribe. Help us out.
Weird I
Like.
didn't get an advanced copy of it, but I'll watch it when it
I
comes
can't
out.
wait to watch it. I'm
Yeah.
going to watch that tomorrow during the college
A
football.
little disappointed this didn't debut down at South by Southwest.
Yeah, tough look, Nick. We could have done it for Movie Club.
Yeah,
Could have done it for Movie Club.
we could have.
Mm-hmm.
The vlog from how long is the vlog?
How
How
long
long
is
is the vlog?
Half hour.
My
Hour.
God.
Holy cow.
Do you have a slightly shorter one, though, as well? Like a 12 No?
Let's
Okay.
host a screening downstairs.
Oh, great idea, Joe. He said, let's host a screening downstairs. Yeah, a little watch party.
We could do it to replace all the games we play for the staff meetings. It'll just be we're going to screen
That's
the
a
vlog.
great idea.
Genius.
At our next potluck,
We're not
going
going
to
to play tic-tac-toe today. We're going to watch Nick's vlog.
The next of our meetings will probably have lots of games because it'll be the last one of the year, right? It'll be a Christmas-themed party. Last year, that meeting was like an hour and a half.
Was it?
It was a long meeting.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's
A
not
lot
at
of
that
candy.
Lot of candy.
A lot of candy.
Lot.
I look forward to seeing what kind of directional liberties that Nick has taken with this next vlog. I mean, it's a half hour. We're getting
man.
close to a full feature film at that point.
We are.
Next time we
So-
go to Vegas, let's see if we can get it to an hour. That'd be great.
An hour. How much content would we need?
Well, if you'd have stayed with me the whole week, you could have gotten an hour.
That's
Oh, yeah.
definitely true. John
Hey, look,
was in
2
Vegas
beers
for
for
too
$5.
long.
Yeah. Hey, look at this.
Sit next to John during a Creighton game.
Oh, that could have been some content, Joey.
We sat next to John during a Creighton game on
It was-
Thursday. It
you
was
did.
awesome.
It really was.
You did.
Or
Yeah.
Wednesday, I guess.
did.
Yeah.
What a great time.
You did.
Mhm.
Yeah, you were sitting right there.
There wasn't a whole lot of people in the building, and we just got to
No.
hear all of John's takes live, and we'd laugh, and then we'd continue watching the game.
Yeah,
It was awesome.
yeah. It was kind of weird carrying on a one-way conversation,
Yeah,
but that's what it is. You
Yeah.
know? Normally, I'm not amongst the people. Usually, I'm down on the floor.
that's true. The
Mhm.
only
Yeah,
bad
that was
part
amongst
about
the
the
people.
where we were is that those seats were very uncomfortable.
Incredibly.
The
That-
worst seats ever.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I can't say because I didn't really sit in
Yeah,
them, but I could tell.
You could tell.
I could
were
tell
rough.
they weren't. Yeah, it's an interesting arena there.
Yes, it
at,
is.
at the MGM, which is interesting because it hosts a lot of big fights.
Yes.
They've hosted a lot.
Which is
of
wild.
big
It's not
fights
that
in there.
big.
Well, it goes up further. They had the upper area tarped off. It does go up. a little
Oh,
okay.
it does?
I was wondering because the roof seems so they can lift that up. They can lift the
Well,
ceiling up.
No, but it goes up a little bit more.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
Not-
didn't know that.
Yeah, but it's not. I don't know what it seats at full capacity,
Yeah.
but they had it just in the lower bowl.
Nick, Star Wars Fiend wants to know how much of the vlog is you drinking Japanese whiskey. Yeah.
So
we
I
didn't-
want to
Wait,
know
Japanese whiskey?
if the specific part made it where Nick was beginning to film himself on the rooftop bar,
That was so funny.
and then I said, "Nick, didn't you see the sign that said no vlogging?" And he put away his
He wants to know when Happer told you no vlogging, if that part made it to the final cut. It did. Awesome. So wait, you don't know about the Japanese whiskey?
Well, no, I wasn't there.
Ask Nick how much he paid for a glass of Japanese whiskey.
What the hell?
Oh my!
It was awesome.
It was awesome.
Nick was I was pumped for Nick. The cocktail waitress was like, "Oh, okay."
She had to see if they had it.
What? Why?
To try it.
To try it, of
When in
course,
Rome.
John. To try it.
Yeah, exactly.
Zero, especially when it's $66.
Nick, I forgot to send you. I have a photo of you looking out over Las Vegas, contemplating your life. It's a great photo. It's a great photo. I'll send it to you.
Sounds
Yeah.
kind of scary.
It was
actually.
awesome, man.
Was
That
it?
that place was sweet.
Was it? The
Yeah.
rooftop?
We had a great time. We talked about coworkers and friendships.
Mm-hmm.
It was lovely. It was really great.
Aaron and Pavilion asked if Nick knew it was going to be
You knew it was
60.
going to be that much?
He definitely did. It
Yeah, it
said
said
it
the price.
right next to it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Said the price.
It wasn't like market price or anything like that.
They did,
Again-
John.
again-
They did have bourbon that was market price.
Do you realize you could have
Like
bought
lobster.
1.5
Concert t-shirts?
WWE T-shirts for that? You could have had a full LA night and then a half an LA night.
We were, for the record,
Just LA.
Happer and I supported the decision.
We did.
We thought it was awesome.
It was funny to watch also.
Yeah, and he really enjoyed
Well,
it.
you if you'd had me there, I would have been on the other side of your shoulder
Nice.
saying, "No, that's ridiculous." I would have done it anyway. I know you would have.
Yeah, shout out Nick.
Unbelievable.
Shout out Nick.
He backed off on the next one, or did he get a second drink?
He got a second drink, and it was not as expensive. It was like Glenlivet or whatever, right? Yeah. Yeah,
All right.
nice. Shout out Nick.
Back down to the scotch.
Oh, yeah.
Back
Oh, yeah.
down to the scotch.
I love scotch. Scotchy scotch.
Scotchy,
Here it goes
scotchy,
down,
scotch.
down into my belly.
Mm.
Mm-mm-mm.
All right. Well, again, what?
Chance.
Shit.
A second drink?
Yes.
A second drink has hit the Nick.
All right.
Oh, boy.
So, we'll be here until 6.
Yeah.
You can come drop off
Oh, that's
a
fun.
new unwrapped toy. We got the little boxes here
Yeah.
where you can drop the toys in, or just ask Nick to come over to the vehicle. And remember the keyword, the phrase that pays, Ich bin ein Berliner. And and Nick will be happy to, take the toy and put it in the box for you if you don't want to get out. Now, it is a nice enough afternoon at the moment.
It is.
If you do want to get out and come over and say hello, and
Hello.
You guys are
while we're talking.
You guys are the Toys Boys.
We are the Toys Boys.
The Toys Boys.
Heck yeah, baby.
We are
Let's
the
get out
Toys
our hump
Boys.
blankets because we're the Toys Boys.
And there we go.
That's what Banks says.
Are you guys gonna get some tots? Because
That's what
it says toys
no,
and
we
tots.
don't want your tots. We want your toys for the tots.
If someone is going to bring us tater tots, we will say thank you.
Well, the show says toys and tots. It makes me think there's gonna be tots.
Oh, is that what it says?
Yeah,
It does not. Yeah, it doesn't
not
say
toys
for
for
tots.
tots.
It
toys
says toys and tots.
What in the world?
Shout out Nick again. Go Nick. That's awesome.
Toys boys.
Toys boys.
All right. Well, Connor, don't forget Josh's coffee.
Yeah, I'll make a run.
Two hot coffees. There you go. Thank you. 2 hot coffees.
Maybe I'll get some I'll get some tots while I'm at it.
Oh, perfect.
Where would be the nearest place to get tots?
Sonic.
Oh,
Sonic, not very far away. That's true.
Sonic is close.
That's true.
Sonic is close.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we'll wrap this up and get ready for the Grum. It's a one beer Friday.
Yes, it is.
It's the first normal Friday we've had in a while, even though we're outside.
And I was going to say, it's not even that normal. We're outside.
Right. We're outside, but we're still here.
Well, don't worry, because you'll be gone next week, and we'll get right back into it.
Right back into the abnormality.
Dude, I was looking at the Creighton schedule today. I don't know when the show's going to have a normal Friday again. We're pretty much done with them until March, and then you'll be going to the tournament. So see, it's like all January.
Hopefully.
All January, you're gone. It's like every January Friday, John's not going to be here.
Unbelievable.
Not going to be here.
Unbelievable.
A lot of playoff talk.
Why did they do this to us?
Great question, John.
I don't know.
Great
All right.
question.
The crossover brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. At Everlevel, the guy who just beat Kansas will come and fix your driveway.
Nice.
Because he's on all the radio commercials.
Uh-huh.
And we'll be back with the Grum and fun.
Yeah.
On a Toys for Tots, not Toys and Tots, but Toys for Tots Friday and a one beer Friday on 1620 The Zone.
K-O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Hey, look, there's a plane flying overhead.
Oh, that's cool.
Just don't dump your restroom waste on us.
Hi, Camille.
By the way, we are like 5 minutes away from the sun going. Well, I guess you're a little bit further than that.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Hey there, welcome. We are outdoors, out in our parking lot at 50th and Dodge, right off Dodge Street. If you're driving by, honk.
Oh, yeah.
Or if you're flying up above us,
Yeah, wave.
wave.
Yeah.
We'll wave to you.
Yeah.
Can't see us now.
Hello.
We're in the tent, but we're here for our annual Stuff the Truck. We're stuffing the truck for the Toys for Tots, thanks to the United States Marine Corps. Our friends at Two Men in a Junk Truck, Woodhouse Chevy, and Molina Healthcare for sponsoring this year's event. And all we're doing is we're collecting toys
Oh, yeah.
for the kids. So just bring a new unwrapped toy, drop it off here, and if you want, you can come by and say hi. If not, just ask Nick to come over and grab the toy and use the magic phrase, "Ich bin ein Berliner."
Now, he is inside right now. He's busy. He's doing other things. He has so many responsibilities.
Hey, the good thing is you're able to drive up. You'll be able to see which tent we're in. Please don't run into the tent because we're behind it.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
But we've got the two cardboard boxes out here, the receptacle boxes that
Yes.
we're using to collect the toys. You could drive by and roll down your window and just
Throw it in like a basketball shot?
Just chuck it in like Pop Isaacs.
Nice.
Just chuck it in like it's a Pop Isaacs 3. Just beep,
Josh
beep, beep.
Hodson. Look, Josh Hodson's over. You can speak German to him if you want to.
Yeah, you could.
By the way, I got a message earlier from Chris Prudon, our coworker, who says our goal is for one full box an hour of Zone toys. So the pressure is on.
Oh.
Come and support us. How's that box looking there, Josh? Bone dry. That one is not. I know that one has some toys in it.
Well, right. We're just getting started here.
Yeah.
We're just getting started. But we're here at 50th and Dodge. Just drive on in, drop off that new unwrapped toy.
Yeah.
And make someone's holiday season bright. And if you can't do it today, we understand. But we're also here tomorrow in the app. We're not.
We're not. No,
The
you and
two
I
of
are.
us
Yeah,
are
we're busy tomorrow.
Here, but we will have people here.
Yeah. Are you? Josh is here tomorrow. There you
Yeah.
go. Odson will be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you can say hi to Josh.
I'll be at CHI.
I'll
Is
be
Happer
here for a
to-
bit.
tomorrow, or is he here today? Oh, Joey will be here.
Joey
Perfect.
will be here.
I think Happer's today. Yeah, stop by and say hello
Well, yeah,
to Happer today.
Happer will be with me tomorrow at the basketball.
Oh, that's right. You guys both have hoops tomorrow.
We have the basketball tomorrow.
Nice.
But we're here for you on this One Beer Friday. Of course, the program is brought to you by Union Bank, where your money has people. And the Grum Down is brought to you by the Rooferees at John & Gibbs Wegger the Guard. Today actually might be a decent day for the Rooferees to be on your roof.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
If they needed to be. I mean, usually they get a lot of that work done in the summertime. But
I've seen people on roofs over the last
have
week
too.
or so.
I have too.
After the weather we've had this week, could not have asked for a better Friday on the first Friday.
Yeah,
of December. This is
exactly.
pretty awesome.
Yeah, I would
really
take
is.
this. It'd be much more tolerable winter would be if we could have days
Oh, yeah.
like this. Oh, no, not Emmett. Yes, Emmett Johnson has joined the
Sad.
portal people,
Very sad.
which is going to trigger a conversation. I know you've got something you want to bring up, and yes, I have taken out the scholarship contract and cleaned it off.
Oh, perfect, because that means
The
that our
scholarship contract is back, folks.
I think our topics are going to be one and the same. My topic is from a listener. It's going to be more existential. I'm guessing you have some solutions that we can discuss perhaps.
Yep.
So that'll be great. We can do that after Max.
Max Olson will join us from ESPN. He's been covering
Dude,
the transfer portal.
He has been so busy.
Very
he has
busy.
had a lot of stuff going on, so we appreciate Max taking a few minutes for us to talk
you-
portal and college football
You
in
think
general.
a dozen or so Nebraska players keep somebody busy. He's got a dozen or so players at all of these schools.
Yeah.
Keeping him very busy.
Yeah.
The Lions clinched last night a playoff berth.
Yeah.
And Campbell's Gambles.
Oh, man.
Trigger folks.
Oh, yeah, they
Sad.
definitely did.
Campbell's Gambles.
Triggers our one and only Joey.
Well, I don't know if it was so much the gambles that triggered Joey. It was other things.
That they converted the gambles.
And maybe some things
Multiple
that weren't
things.
called.
Multiple things.
Maybe some things
Consistency.
that weren't called.
Consistency. Interesting.
Yeah.
What a game. What a great game.
It was a
Great
good
game,
game. It was a good
Yeah.
game. Kent's Movie Club is back, folks.
Nice.
Kent's Movie Club is back. It's Deadpool and Wolverine.
There you go.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
By the way, Mike Schaefer is filling in next week. I spoke with him this morning. He has given me a movie. I will be unveiling it later. And Kent Walgamount, when I tell him I have not seen it, I know he's going to say, what? Because that's pretty much what Schaefer said.
Okay.
In a text earlier today.
It's a big conference championship game pre-overreaction.
Lovely.
Starting tonight.
You remember last year, we were in this exact parking lot doing this exact show.
We were.
And we basically realized, oh my gosh, if Alabama upsets Georgia, they might get into the playoff.
Yep.
And sure enough, they did.
And they did get in the playoff at the expense of Florida State and
they did.
Georgia.
Indeed.
Start spreading the news? Question mark.
Oh, are we going to sing Christmas songs?
That is.
Oh, that's not a Christmas song, is it? It's just a
No.
song. I was trying to remember the next lyric because I was like, start spreading the news. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's about New York. That's why I have that on my. Oh, that's about New York. Thank you, Hepper.
Thank you, Happer. Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, Hepper.
Start spreading the news. Jeez.
I figured it out. I'm not an idiot. I figured it out. It took me a few seconds, but I figured it out.
And it is predictions. We start a new round of predictions.
This is bull crap.
It's always been this way.
Everyone knows that the first round of predictions always
ends
goes
with the regular
No.
season of college football.
No
yes.
way.
It
I don't
always,
buy this.
Yes, it's always been this way.
Start spreading the fake news, says John. Start spreading the fake news.
Says the guy who is the victim of the greatest comeback in predictions.
This is
history.
unreal. I had a great week last week, too, man. I was getting close.
You did.
I was going to pull ahead this week.
No, you weren't. One Beer Friday
Maybe
today.
not.
Brought to you by Cross Strain. And yes, again, we're here for the toys for Tots.
That's awesome, man. It's so good to be here. Like you said earlier, I know that we have a lot of fun with discussing Christmas and the things that we do or do not love about Christmas.
Yeah.
But this type of stuff is absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
You know, when I talked to my parents recently, and they were going to go buy some toys for someone who was less fortunate, and I was just like, that stuff is really cool.
Yeah.
Really, really cool.
It is. It's really cool. You know, it's the true spirit of the season.
Yep.
You know, being able to help those who are less fortunate, you know, have some toys for Christmas because, I mean, honestly, the holiday is for children. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You know, you all remember what it was like when you were a kid waking up Christmas morning. And unfortunately, there's way too many in our world who wake up and, you know, either dread Christmas or are jealous of others who, you know, get to enjoy and don't. And this is a little way that we can help, you know, alleviate some of that.
100%, man. I always woke up on Christmas morning, never stressed, never worried, always excited, and it's not that way for everybody.
No.
And you certainly feel for those that it is. So an event like this is super special.
Well, as you can see,
Speaking of things under the Christmas tree,
we've had to add to the portal people.
Uh-huh.
As Emmett Johnson announced, was it last night?
Yes, it was last night during the game.
Okay. I just remember getting I couldn't remember if I got the information this morning or last night.
Yeah, it happened last night.
There's so many now.
Yeah, for sure.
It's hard to keep track. But, you know, of all the surprising ones, this one kind of ranks up there as well. I mean, you know, if you're a backup, you know, Kai Wallen was a backup, not as surprising. Gabe Irvin wasn't as surprising.
No, he was a four-stringer throughout much of the year.
Certainly Malachi was the least surprising just based on the rumblings we had heard throughout the season.
Yeah.
But, you know, And I guess now that you put 2 and 2 together, James Williams isn't surprising given his attachment to
Prince Will, same thing.
To Terrence Knighton.
Yeah.
But this one is probably the biggest surprise of them all so far. Given where his role had turned into, given the fact that he seemingly had been the most trusted running back.
And maybe what his role could have been moving forward.
Exactly.
And
you know what? A brand new offense.
You wonder how much that played a part in all this, right? Is that his role seemed like it could have grown, but maybe there was frustration that it had not grown already. Does he expect to go somewhere else and either get more of an opportunity? Obviously, money can play a component in this as well. Every player that leaves, there's always that quick reaction of like, yeah, well, the guy sucked or we didn't want him anyway.
I can't say that about any of these guys.
Yeah, and I would hope, especially with Emmett, that is not the case. Like, is it good for your running back room if he is the best? No, I don't think anyone's going to argue that. But if you recruit over him, could he have been a great second running back? I think he could have been a really good second running back for a team. I think he could have been a solid first running back. Again, maybe not the best ever. His long this year, only one time did it go above 20 yards in a game, and that was all the way back in the non-conference schedule. But I thought that he was developing, and I really liked what we saw from him at the end of the year once Dana Holgerson was on board.
So it's going to make things even more interesting now for the bowl game. We already felt that the defense was going to feel a little bit gutted.
Yeah.
With some of the guys on this list, like Bear and Butler especially. Jackson's played, Thompson's played, Prince Wells played, Williams has played.
Yeah.
But now, the offense takes a little bit of a hit because 2 of your running backs are on this list. So
yeah.
Could be a very, very, very heavy dose of
Ramir.
Of Ramir, but also of Dowdell.
Yeah,
Dante Dowdell, because they literally may be the only running backs you have.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, and Quentin
Heinrich.
Ives. Yeah,
put Harburg back there. They want to move him around. Why not? Right.
And who knows what gets added to this list from here.
Yeah.
But we're gonna talk more about the portal and some of the things around it, because we did do a poll question on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620, and you can vote right now. But what would you like to see changed in regards to the transfer portal? Would you like defined contracts like coaches?
Okay.
Would you like to return to the days where the transfers had to sit out for a season?
Okay.
Would you like a limit on the number of times a player can transfer? I can't tell you how many players, we've seen this week. Chuba, Cade McNamara, guys who have transferred multiple times.
Yeah.
And have left. Would you like to see a limit on the number of times a player can transfer? Or you're fine with the way things are. No change. You're okay with this unlimited, unfettered free agency. You can vote right now, J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. And share your thoughts with us on what you think needs to happen. I think something has to change.
Yeah.
I don't think the way it is now is tenable. And I also I don't think it's good for the sport. I don't think it's good for the athletes, honestly. I don't think it's good for anybody. And I do think there needs to be some assurances. So we'll get into all of that.
I'm looking forward to it.
We'll get into all of that after we talk with Max Olson of ESPN.com. He's going to join us coming up. He's been covering the portal all week.
Yeah.
He also had a nice write-up on Iowa State and their quest to win the Big 12 championship, their first since 1912.
Incredible. What is at stake for the Clones tomorrow morning? Incredible.
Yes, because not only could they win their first conference title, they could play for a national title.
Yeah, exactly.
Or at least be in the dance.
They're in the playoff. Tomorrow is the start of the playoff for them, for Boise, for UNLV, for a lot of these schools. This is the start of the playoff.
It is.
And that is pretty cool.
402-951-1620. If you want to hit us up on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline by your mom's house, you can text that same number as well.
Oh, yeah.
We mentioned the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page where you can vote on our poll question at USC 1620. Or you can hit us up with an email into the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Because you know at Equitable, they take banking personally. They answer the phone on the first ring.
Oh, yeah.
They storm the court on the second ring.
Oh, interesting. But they do so responsibly, apparently. That's what I've heard. Yeah. You were anti-court storming until the Blue Jays did it. Very interesting, John. Very interesting.
I wasn't anti-court storming. I was anti-getting in people's faces and being rude and obnoxious.
What about behind them and then take a selfie of them and then send that picture out on Twitter? What
well,
about that?
those people are just asses.
By the way, speaking of asses, we'll have a guest on Monday at 2:50. There you go.
Giant ass. All right. Again, we're outside today. We're here at our parking lot, 50th and Dodge Street, for Stuff the Truck. Thanks again to Two Men in a Truck. Thanks again to Molina Healthcare. Thanks again to Woodhouse Chevrolet, United States Marines Corps. We're getting new unwrapped toys for the kids. So please, if you have a moment and you can stop by a store and just pick up a new, you don't have to be, toy specific, gender specific, anything, just a new unwrapped toy. Bring it to us, drop it off. Connor's standing out here. He'll gladly, take the toy from you. And if you say the magic phrase, "Ich bin ein Berliner," you'll have our undying respect and love and attention. But coming up next, Max Olson of ESPN, as we continue on this One Beer Friday, Toys for Tots Friday, from our parking lot, 50th and Dodge, 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to the program outdoors today in our parking lot at 50th and Dodge as we're stuffing the truck with toys for Tots, U.S. Marine Corps, Molina Healthcare, Woodhouse Chevrolet. Please stop on by if you get a moment to drop off a new unwrapped toy for the kids this holiday season, and we will be here until the end of the Grum at 6. And if you can't make it today, we'll be back here tomorrow starting around noontime. So please come on by. 50th and Dodge, right off 50th and Dodge Street. We've got the big 2-men-in-a-truck vehicle sitting right in the middle of our parking lot and some beautiful new electric EV Chevrolets from Woodhouse Chevrolet in our parking lot and our tent in the parking lot.
Oh, yeah.
Which is where we are, which is where we welcome in on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline by your mom's house. It is Max Olson, friend of the Grum from ESPN.com. Hello, Max.
What's up, guys? Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for taking the time for us, Max.
Yeah, because you had to pull your head away from all the activity in the transfer portal. We know that this thing is busy, and it's busy all the time. But how would you assess not only the volume, but maybe even the quality of the players that have been entering across the country so far? Because I know locally here in Nebraska, we've been surprised at a handful of names.
Yeah, there's been some quality. I think it's this first week, like really the portal opens on Monday. But I think this past week, starting with Monday, coming out of the end of the regular season, you're seeing a ton of guys go into the portal who are grad transfers, and you're seeing a ton of guys announce that they're going to go in the portal. I think that based on what I've seen so far, I'm sure there will be some surprises over the weekend and on Monday morning. But I think we're going to see a lot of really good players go in the portal in the cycle. And I think part of that is just some of the financial dynamics that are kind of in play for 2025, where you basically got every program is trying to, re-sign their players for next year. And so you're putting offers in front of those guys and then hoping that they'll accept them. And, I think just like in professional world, I think these guys kind of understand the way to raise your value is to go in the portal and see what's out there. And so, there's just going to be, I think in this cycle, I think there's going to be a lot of attrition everywhere. I think you talk to GMs and director of player personnel folks around the country. I think they all kind of feel like they're in hell right now. This is a really chaotic time, and you kind of wouldn't be shocked by anything, I guess, here next few days in terms of the type of big names that might make themselves available.
Max, you have been covering the portal pretty much since its existence, right? Like, I wonder how you would say in recent years it has changed the most when we get to a point like this. How is it most different? And I guess how is it most similar to how it's, been over the last, we're getting close to a decade now already.
I think this is important to remember, the rule changed earlier this year, but this is really the first full portal cycle we're going to have where guys have unlimited transfers. So in the past, it's a one-time transfer rule. You got to wait till you're a graduate to transfer again. Waiting on waivers and all those kinds of things. Like now anyone's available. And so I think anyone's kind of up for grabs. And, I think we're also kind of living in a time now where there's just, it was popular a couple of years ago to say like, oh my gosh, people are tampering with our players. And now like everyone does it all the time. It's easy to do because these players have agents. And so if you communicate your interest to that agent, you're not going to get in trouble, basically. That's just kind of the world we're living in now. The NCAA can't really do anything to stop this third-party stuff. And so, I think it's that makes things a little bit crazier. And, I think that the cutting down to the 105, I think, is also going to just lead to a lot of guys at the bottom of the roster and walk-ons kind of having no choice but to go in the portal, too. So I just think the number of players that transfer this year, it goes up every year, but it certainly feels like we're heading towards an all-timer yet again.
Max, as you pointed out earlier today, in addition to quarterback Connor Weigman, there's several others of Texas A&M's infamous number one recruiting class, the one that led, Jimbo and Nick Saban to go tooth, fang, and claw against each other a couple of summers ago.
Right.
But from that historic class, they're down to 12 of 32 that are still with the program. Is Texas A&M, just give me a list of other schools who may have been affected most so far. And this is, of course, the bad side. I say the bad side of the portal for the schools because it's when everyone's getting in. We don't find out until starting next week who's coming out and how schools are going to replenish the supply. But I'm curious what other big-name schools have been affected most by some big-name transfers.
Yeah, I think that certainly when you have coaching changes, I think that really just opens the door for everybody to recruit off your roster. And so, you're going to see we haven't seen a ton of guys leave North Carolina, but you're going to see a ton of guys leave Purdue. You're going to see just these group of 5 rosters just kind of fall apart a little bit because the guys that, might have Power 4 opportunities are, going to go in the portal and chase those. So, I think we're also just going to see more of the the thing that Kurt Signe did at Indiana. I think we'll probably see more of that too, where if a coach is leaving for another job, can he take a dozen players with him? I think that's just going to become a little bit more normal now and just part of the, hey, we got to rebuild a little bit faster because just people aren't really patient for, a 4-year rebuilding process anymore. And so, I think that's where you're seeing it so far. But next week when the underclassmen can go in, it's going to be chaos. And I think you're going to see, pretty big time programs lose guys they don't want to lose. And it doesn't mean necessarily like they're broke and they have no money for next year. It's just, it is really hard. Obviously Nebraska fans have paid attention to this, but I think you're seeing a lot of guys leave Kentucky. And that's, Nebraska is certainly going to try to benefit off that.
Max, I wanted to ask you about this weekend and what it means for the playoff because you're super plugged in with coaches from around the country. And I wonder now as we come upon Selection Sunday for the first 12-teamer, it seems like there's a lot of frustration, whether it's about seeding and the automatic buys that are going to be granted to teams. Obviously, the tit for tat that we have seen from athletic directors and even coaches. I wonder from those that you have been talking to throughout this year, and especially maybe the last few weeks as we've gotten closer to this day, frustration is glass half full. Like what best explains or describes rather how the coaches feel about what we are about to embark on?
I think generally people are pleased that, a lot of the positive effects of the 12-team playoff and having more teams in the mix, having the conference races matter a lot more and not just be it's crazy, guys. If we were doing a 4-team playoff this year, pretty weird bracket, wouldn't you say? If we were 2 and 4. I think it's great that we've got 12 this year. But certainly, you've got the Big 12 is offended by the notion that they might not get a top 4 seed for their champion. We'll see about that and kind of how their conference game plays out. I think the thing that was really galling to people this week, and it was really interesting, is Ward Manuel saying definitive statements on the TV show and in his teleconference this week that, we are not going to make changes to the teams that are done with their regular season and not playing conference championship games.
Mm-hmm.
I think that certainly fired up a lot of people because usually the committee's kind of wishy-washy and it's usually like, okay, well, we start over every week and it's not about, what we did last week or whatever. And to say, I think Ward Manuel may end up regretting saying that. And I think it's because the resume of these teams are evolving. And even if you're not playing a conference championship game, the teams you played against are. And so that part, me personally, I do think it's pretty crazy to leave Miami out. So I'm very curious to see the whole ACC situation this weekend. Who wins that game? How does that play out? Very interested to see kind of how that shakes out. I think that's going to be, for a league that already is in a pretty fragile place in terms of, their relations within the conference and some of the kind of finger pointing and stuff. How that one shakes out, I think, will be a big story on Sunday.
Yeah, Max, along those lines, how about this? So if SMU loses and they drop out, I mean, it's about as definitive as it can be that if you want to get 2 teams or more in from that league, you're going to need undefeated, maybe 1 loss, and perhaps bigger brands going into this conference championship game. We might learn overnight, okay, sorry, ACC, you're a 1-bid league moving forward, barring any changes to the structure.
Yeah, and I think that some of the commentary by Lane Kiffin and others kind of makes you wonder, would it be? I think the thinking was always let's put our best foot forward and our 2 best teams in a conference title game. But maybe it is time to revisit the conversation on should we have divisions and just it'd be nice if everyone plays round robin, but that's not how these leagues are too big to do that. And so super interesting to see like I said, pretty fragile psyche over in the ACC right now. So if SMU were to lose, that would potentially be a pretty disastrous situation. And I don't think the public is going to be that thrilled about a 9-3 Alabama team getting in.
No. And it would be the second year in a row that the ACC will have felt shortchanged given the Florida State situation last
100%.
year. Talking with Max Olson of ESPN.com. Max, you recently wrote about Iowa State, a program that is one win away from not only winning its first conference title in over a century, but being in the dance, being in the championship tournament. This is it's funny because Matt Campbell had such a great start there and had a lot of people wondering about his future, and he was going to be the next hot coach, and then they kind of stalled out a little bit. Now all of a sudden, back in the hunt, 10-win season. You don't see those in Ames. How was he able to do it to kind of get away from that stall out and put Iowa State in this position and a golden opportunity? They've never had it so good.
100%. Yeah. I think a lot of times in coaching, you try to rise up and you rebuild something and you try to turn it into a contender, and then usually you kind of move on. And if you don't move on, then hopefully you can be really consistent year to year. A lot Iowa State gets to the Big 12 title game in 2020, has a really strong year in the COVID year, had everybody coming back, Brock Purdy, Breece Hall, and everybody in 21. And they went 7-6 and were just extremely disappointing and couldn't put it all together. And then that program really went through a pretty tough stretch there in 22, 23, after really disappointing in 21. And Matt Campbell had to make a lot of changes to his staff. And, usually these guys don't stick around to have to rebuild it a second time, but that is what happened at Iowa State. And so, I think that's a team that people don't maybe know a ton about because there's not, Rocco Beck's having a good year, but there's not really a bunch of superstars on that team. They've got great receivers. They play a really good defense. They're just a really gritty team, really tough team that found a way to win 10 games for the first time in school history. And I just think that culturally they're as good as it gets in the sport. And, so I got to spend a couple days with them, a couple weeks ago and just kind of see how they do it, how they fix things there. And, I think they're a pretty easy team to root for because they've, they don't have a ton of NFL talent. When the all Big 12 team came out this week, they only had one first-team guy on special teams. So, I think it's a team that is super underrated, but has found a way to grind out close wins. And, now they're one win away from reaching the playoff.
Max, speaking of disappointing seasons, I did want to ask you about Nebraska because I know I talked to you back.
I thought you were teeing up Mike Gundy. Okay, go
ahead. We could certainly get to him
need
too.
to get to that.
But we talked in September about Nebraska, and obviously you as someone who used to really cover the Big 12, you have a lot of contacts down there, and I know that there's a whole wealth of respect for Matt Rule. They go 6-6. I can't imagine any of us saw Dana Holgerson on the coaching staff back when we were previewing this season in August. What did you make of Nebraska? And I guess all of the changes then that we have seen from them in a short amount of time with the coaching staff and obviously still more changes to come.
Yeah, pretty wild. Honestly, I talked to a bunch of coaches. I'll put it this way: a bunch of coaches asked me, "Hey, what's going on with this Dana Holgerson situation?" People would just say, "That's the craziest thing I've ever heard." The idea of just sort of bringing in an OC off the street who you've never worked with before, who hasn't been an analyst for you, and just saying, "Yep, okay, bye week, we're making the change. 3 games left. Let's go get this fixed." Wild move by Matt Rule, and certainly paid off against Wisconsin, and kind of stabilizing some things and simplifying some things on offense. I think it's a good thing that Dana Holgerson's sticking around. Obviously the change at receiver coach, that was his call. He wanted to bring his guy. I think Nebraska could benefit from that. Obviously you've seen Dane Key and Barryon Brown, 2 really good SEC wideouts from Kentucky going to the portal. Imagine Nebraska can be competitive on those guys, especially Key. But, I think that certainly replacing Tony White's a really tough thing to do. And I'm very curious to see who's the right guy for Matt Rule. Obviously a lot of history with Phil Snow, but there's also a chance to go out and kind of figure out who's the next great guy like he did with Tony White. So, you got some spots to fill there. And, I do think that they're going to be a spender when the portal opens. I think they're going to be a pretty aggressive a couple obvious spots where they're going to need to add talent beyond wide receiver. But I do think they're in a position here where, they got a chance to go make some moves here. And, the depth chart may look pretty different here in a few months.
You mentioned his name a moment ago, Max, and that is Mike Gundy. And there's quite the drama playing out today in Stillwater as Gundy and Oklahoma State are basically in a stare down right now over a restructured contract. And the reporting has been saying that the administration wants to restructure the deal. They want to cut the salary. Gundy apparently, has been very reticent to do this, that he's been on a current 5-year rolling contract is worth nearly $8 million a year. And some of the reporting is saying that if he doesn't agree to the restructured deal, that Oklahoma State could fire him for cause. I'm trying to figure out, first of all, what would the cause be?
You sign this contract.
Well, guys, I hope you're sitting down because you're not going to believe this, but I think that I haven't heard believe me, I haven't spoken with people on that side to understand the extent to which they would try to come up with a claim for cause. But Mike Gundy did a lot of damage earlier this season among supporters and donors, and I think the board to some extent, with his comments that the people who are being critical of their terrible season are losers who can't pay their bills. That didn't go over well. It's not good for fundraising. It's not good for NIL. It's not good for any of that stuff. And so would that be the lone reason to try to fire him for cause? I think that would be, usually when schools try to fire a coach for cause, it doesn't really go well for them. They get sued. It turns into a whole thing. But yeah, certainly it's a very contentious situation right now because, I think the expectation was that Mike Gundy was going to his board to get approval to go hire 2 new coordinators because he fired his coordinators this week. And I think the sense was that would kind of appease some of the tension by making some pretty significant changes, which he's never really done there. And instead, it looks like this has turned into a situation where they need him to make some concessions here to move forward. And, I think the idea of threatening that we're not going to pay you the $25 million that we would owe you, it's a big thing. It's a big problem. So where it goes for here, don't know. But that is wild to see. I mean, literally, 365 days ago, those guys were playing in the Big 12 championship game. And they go 3-9 and they go winless in conference play, which I thought was, impossible. I thought they would be a legitimate playoff contender this year, just with everybody they had back. And now you're talking about 3-9 and, the greatest coach in school history, feeling like everyone's turned on him at this point. So, that's stay tuned. I think that something's afoot over there for sure.
It's incredible because we were down in Stillwater last year. Creighton basketball was, and he came into the game, sat courtside, and the standing ovation he got when he came in, the conquering hero. Because they were getting ready to play in the Big 12 championship game that week, and to go from that to this, and even if he wins the stare down, he's kind of already lost, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Right.
Because there's no trust anymore, and you've got to imagine that next year is just going to be this nonstop drama that's not going to go away, no matter if they're successful or not.
Look, I'm sure after the legacy he's had there, I mean, they went to bowl games for 18 consecutive years,
right,
which Nebraska has not done recently, and I think that the legacy there, I'm sure he's offended by this, that this thing will be turning. But I think you also have to ask, I'm sure he doesn't want to go out this way.
Yep.
But we're also talking about a situation where if you come back, you're going to have a brand new assistant staff next year. I think he's going to have to let the coordinators hire the staff they want to hire. And so it's going to be very different next year for him. It's going to be a process that, they lose Ollie Gordon to the draft. They lose their top defensive players to the draft. This is you talk about the Iowa State deal. This is going to be a rebuilding process, I think, for Oklahoma State next year. And so, certainly if you feel like your bosses aren't with you, I think if you're Mike Gundy, you are going to have to kind of rethink, do I really want to kind of move forward with this?
Max Olson, ESPN.com. Well, we've only just begun this little foray into the transfer portal. Next week will be a whole new ball game because right now we're all paying the bills, but next week people get to start cashing the checks. They get to bring the players in. So it'll be wild. And oh, by the way, we're picking a playoff bracket this weekend too. So
Gosh.
have fun with all of it, Max.
Apparently, they had signing day on Wednesday. I must have missed
Oh, they
it, but apparently
did?
that happened.
Ah,
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'll
Man,
have to check that out.
I will too.
We'll look
did not
into
have
it.
time for that.
All right.
No, it's
Max-
crazy. I'll say this, guys. One more thing about the portal, just for fan expectations. I think it is like, I think we all want to believe you're kind of living in a world where we want to add everybody and lose nobody, and that's just not kind of how this is going to go going forward here. Like, there's just, if you want to go add players in the portal, it costs money, and you got to make decisions on who you want to keep and who you don't. So, like, I just think the roster shakeups. I know when Emmett Johnson and some of these guys go in the portal, that's a little bit nerve wracking, but I kind of think it's going on everywhere, and so it's going to be a fascinating month here, and you just got to keep your head on a swivel.
You certainly do, and you can follow all of his coverage at ESPN.com. Max, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Max.
Max Olson of ESPN.com.
Wow, what a fascinating conversation about all sorts of stuff. Mentioned early on, he expects Nebraska to be aggressive in on NIL, but that stuff about Gundy at the end, man. Like, I'll be honest. So throughout much of the end of the season, I've been operating under the assumption that, like, yeah, of course he'll be back, though. He's the winningest coach in school history. I know that this
is the first really bad season he's had.
Yeah, exactly. I know he's danced with leaving many, many times,
But,
right?
but a lot of the reason he has was because he and the old man, T-Boone Pickens, weren't always seeing eye to eye, but he has since passed.
Yeah.
But the animosity is still there. The angst is still there.
And Max brought up, I had totally forgotten about that story where he went on the offensive about the fans. He had to apologize to the fans for saying what he did. We've seen it, and I thought that what you said at the end was really good. Like, if he's back, cool. He might have already lost the war, though, and barring, like, a run to the playoff, is it going to be enough anymore for either side? Are we just heading for an inevitable breakup, whether it's now or next year or after
It's feeling like Pelini between the 13 and the 14 seasons.
It definitely is.
Where, you kind of figure he's on his way out the door, then he's back, and the whole season, it's just this long run-up to an eventual divorce.
Everyone is going to be on their sides, right? Like, I like Gundy. I want him back. I don't want Gundy back anymore. Remember what he said about us? And you're probably going to have that for a whole other season.
Toys for Tots. We are stuffing the truck. Come on by. We've got the boys from Two Men in a Truck are here. Molina Healthcare, Woodhouse Chevrolet. We're in our tent, but it's open. You can see us. The sun's bright. You can tell if you're watching the stream.
Yeah, look at
it's
me.
It's shining in Josh's face right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
Connor, stand in Josh's
There we go.
path.
Oh, there we go. That helps.
A little. Yeah.
Pepper's going to stand like that for the next, and then his hand will slowly go down.
Move. It's like a really tiny baby version of Mr. Burns' sunscreen.
Yeah.
Remember that? Yeah. But come on by 50th and Dodge. Drop off a new unwrapped toy for the Toys for Tots. Please, we would love to have your donation. And if you say, Ich bin ein Berliner, we'll love you for life.
Yeah, that's how we know you're a friend of the Grums. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? If you say that, we'll say,
Sprechen the Deutsch.
It's a friend of the Grum.
Yep, exactly.
It's a Freunde of the Grum.
All right, well, coming up, speaking of the transfer portal, it's time to recycle an old idea.
Oh, baby.
And other items that we can get to. Kent's Movie Club still to come. Here from our parking lot, 50th and Dodge, Toys for Tots, Stuff the Truck, 1620 The Zone.
Well done.
Well done.
Uh-huh.
A friend of the Grum just came over and said, I'm supposed to say I'm a jelly donut.
Uh-huh. That's great.
Which, I mean, technically a Berliner is a
Mhm.
I thought it was like a cream,
A cream pie?
kind of. It was a cream-filled donut.
Yeah.
Isn't that a Berliner?
I don't know. I don't like cream-filled donuts. Do you?
I do.
Yeah, give me a glazed donut, and I'm good to go, man.
You don't
Glazed
like
donuts
you
are
don't-
the goat.
You don't
Thank
like
you,
the
Joey.
filled donuts?
No, I
love
never
the
have.
filled donuts. I like the custard-filled ones better than the cream-filled ones.
Yeah.
But I also like the jelly ones.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Well, we are here outdoors in our parking lot, 50th and Dodge, for Toys for Tots. Bring a new unwrapped toy for the kids. And thanks to our friends at Molina Healthcare and Woodhouse Chevrolet. And I want to apologize to Woodhouse Chevrolet. I was
Why?
given fake information
Oh, no.
from Nick.
Classic Nick.
They have two of their new EVs here in our parking lot. One is the Silverado. The other one I correctly identified as the Blazer. I didn't get a chance to get up close to it, but I said, I think that is the EV Blazer.
And what did Nick say?
Nick said it's the EV Equinox. It is the Blazer. Always trust a Chevy guy to identify his Chevys. I've been able to do this since I was 6 years old. So, Nick, you were wrong.
Nick, John's been able to do that since the 70s, you idiot.
We would sit outside. This is how weirdly brand conscious I was. We would sit outside and cars would drive by and I would, and the neighbors would be like, what kind of car is that? And I'd said, that's a Ford Fairmont. The
Really?
next one is, that's a Toyota. The next one is,
You had Toyotas when you were a kid?
Yeah. Toyota's been around for a long time.
I didn't realize in America.
Oh yeah. Toyota's been around for a long time. That's an Oldsmobile Delta 80.
You're a car man, John.
I just had this weird sense.
What did you do? Did you read magazines? How did you learn about cars in the 70s?
I mean, you'd see the car ads in the papers or see the commercials. Yeah. My dad had car magazines. I don't know.
That's crazy.
It just kind of happened.
Are
that
kids
way.
into cars like that today where they're like,
No.
oh man, that's a Ford sedan?
No.
Sad.
They barely know how to drive the doggone
That's
thing.
true. They don't get their licenses like they used to.
Well, as we talked about earlier, Emmett Johnson has entered the portal, among many others.
Mr. Portal.
Many others, the portal people, as there's the list. What are we up to? There's 5, there's 10, 12.
12? Yep.
We're up to 12 that we know of. I mean, there may be more. There will be more. I mean, Matt Rule said there would be as much.
Yeah.
And sure, are we surprised? Are we disappointed by
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
by this? Yes. I don't think this is tenable. I don't think it's good for the sport.
Yeah.
Not that the idea that players have freedom. Don't get me wrong. I believe that players have freedom. The problem is, just like when we drive on slick streets, if we overcorrect, we just start spinning in the other direction. And that's what we've done. We've gone from too much in one direction, which was very restrictive on what the athletes could do, to now complete and 100% free agency, which doesn't exist anywhere else. I mean, everybody that is in professional sports is under some kind of a contract.
Yeah.
If Micah Parsons wants to leave today and play for the Eagles, he can't do that.
Thank
He's
God.
under contract.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work that way. And so having some kind of a structure, and we talked about this, many actually before we even knew that a transfer portal was a thing.
Your
or
scholarship
NIL.
contract idea goes back years.
It does. In
So-
fact, I tried to search in my computer
For the original document?
and the problem is when you put in the words scholarship and contract, you don't realize how many times you type in words contract and scholarship in your document.
Yeah. You would need both words together.
So I was trying to find the original version, but I thought, you know what? We just got to do it from scratch again because there have been some changes.
Yeah.
There have been some changes. So here is the new 24-25 edition of the scholarship contract.
Okay.
So the student athlete and the school will negotiate at the time of recruiting a contract that details the scholarship, the revenue share, the NIL rights, and, of course, the length and the terms.
Okay.
The length of the contract.
And remember, originally when John came up with this idea, it was purely about length of the contract.
Correct.
Because the idea was, if you're a 5-star, maybe you only want to do a 1-year deal. If you're 3-star, you're like, I want to do a 4-year deal. And then you and they are both protected on either side.
Right. And this was to kind of protect folks back at the time from coaches who would just like cut people. Just
Isn't
cut
that
them.
crazy?
So
That was the original concern.
That was kind of the original concern.
Yeah.
So you start out, you're negotiating as you're being recruited.
Okay.
The athlete, now as far as the NIL terms, the athlete can agree to turn over their NIL rights to the school and to their collective. So for Creighton, the Bird Club, for Nebraska, 1890.
Okay.
Or they can negotiate to say, you know what?
I'll do it all on my own.
I'm going to keep the NIL rights to myself. I'm going to work with this third party. I'm going to do this. Now, the revenue sharing, which is going to come directly from the schools, that's something you can negotiate. It
will be interesting real quick to see like what that negotiation looks like. Will it just be like a straight slot of like you're a quarterback, you're a running back, you're a receiver, or can there be negotiation for a 5-star versus a 4-star? It'll be interesting.
The contract is binding for the length of the term, and it locks the athlete with the school until the term expires. So if it's a 1-year deal, you're locked in for a year. If it's a 2-year deal, you're locked in for 2 years.
Obviously, if it's a 4-year deal, you're there the entire time.
Once the contract expires, athletes are then free to negotiate with any school, provided they still have eligibility. So if you were one of those guys who said, I'm only going to do a 1 or a 2-year deal, once that deal is up, you're free to negotiate with anybody else, and it's just like today's transfer portal. You're up, you're gone.
Okay.
The contract is with the school. This is important. The contract is with the school. It's not tied to coaches. It's not tied to coaches' employment. So if you're going to school and you sign a 2-year deal, but your coach gets fired 1 year in.
You sign with Mike Gundy on Wednesday?
No, you can't. No, you're signing with Oklahoma State. You're not signing with Mike Gundy.
Okay.
Right? So you're tied to the school.
Okay.
Each school gets a number of scholarship contracts commensurate with the number of available roster spots for that specific sport.
Okay.
Right? So you got 105 roster
football
spots, you got 105 scholarship contracts per se, or whatever the number is you set.
Yeah.
Obviously, 105 is the limit. Some schools have opted that they may go lower than that, but whatever it is, you can max out at the roster limit that has been set for that particular sport. Now, here's the important thing. If the school wants to break the contract, let's say I've got you under a 2-year deal and I'm like, I don't like that Peterson
That guy's
guy.
mid.
I want him out of here.
Yeah.
They can do so, but that contract is now off the table. They can't turn around and take your contract and give it to somebody else.
So if you're from 105, then you're suddenly down to 104.
Correct. So let's say you have a year left on your deal.
So you have to have 104 for a year.
So you got 104 for a year plus a 1-year penalty.
What's the penalty?
It's another year, so it's actually 2 more years.
Okay.
That contract is off the table. This is the disincentive
to cut
for
players.
cutting players.
So real quick, if I have 3 years left, is that 4-year penalty then? Okay.
That's 4 years in which your contract cannot be used on another student athlete by that school.
Then flip it. Player wants to leave. What's the penalty
So
for that?
I got to.
My bad.
But the school still owes you the whatever you negotiated for your revenue share. You still get that.
Okay.
It's just like anything else. If you
It's like
negotiate,
dead cap.
it's like dead cap.
All right.
You still get that money because that's what you negotiated.
Okay.
You can go, or they can let you go, but they can't use that contract on anybody else for the remaining term plus 1 year, and they got to pay you your revenue share.
Okay.
If you want to go the other way, let's say you want to leave me,
and I have a year left,
then that contract has to be bought out at a rate commensurate with the value of the scholarship plus the revenue share negotiated. So you would have to pay me for the money remaining on that contract, or in this case, it would probably be your new school.
Yep.
Basically buying out
That's
your
what
deal.
you would guess, right? Yeah.
And
is there a penalty?
You have to sit out a year, just like the olden times.
So it's like the old days.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the disincentive. So once you lock into a deal, that's the disincentive for the school to either cut you or for you to want to walk and leave.
Okay.
And that's how the new scholarship contract works.
I mean, it's interesting. I certainly think that we're probably headed towards something like this anyway. I continue to wonder, and I know I didn't really flesh out my college players as influencers thing the other day, but I still wonder if we are getting closer to something like that. But I think the bones of what you have offered here, I think that is probably what we are going to ultimately work for, and that is, or work towards, and that is that there are agreements in place. It can be for a year. It can be up for 4. And the question that I would then have, John, is what do we think most players / schools would want? Would they want a 1-year thing so they could always be negotiating? Would the players try to get more guarantees? Would the schools try to get more guarantees? That's the part that I would love to know.
Yeah.
Do you want the headache of having to re-recruit every year, or do you want the headache of, man, if I sign a guy for 3 years, could end up being toast down the road? You know, you wonder, I guess, theorizing for a moment, I would wonder if a school would want a high school player to sign the 1 year, and they would actually go for the transfer portal guys for the remainder of their career, because by that point you'd have some college tape on them.
Sure. I mean, there's certainly some flexibility, but a lot of this is really for us, because as fans, I don't think as fans, and taking a look at our at the results of our poll question so far, and we asked you a poll question today on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. What would you like to see changed in regards to the portal? Is it defined contracts, so similar to what I just proposed? Is it a return to transfers having to sit out for one season? Is it limiting a number of times a player can transfer? Or are you fine with the way things are right now, unlimited free agency?
Yeah.
42% would like some kind of defined contract.
Yeah.
27% want to limit the number of transfers. So, like a Cade McNamara, you
can only transfer once.
Correct.
Or whatever the number is.
25% want to go back to the 1-year sit out. Only 5% like the system the way it is. So, judging by our fans' response, the people, you, do not like this system. I mean, imagine if this was what existed in Major League Baseball. Imagine if this is what existed in the NFL. You would hate this. Yeah. Because especially if you're a team like the Cincinnati Bengals, we'll say a smaller market type team, and they got a Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow, whenever he wants to, could just say, "Yeah, I'm going to leave. I'm going to go play for New England." People would hate that.
Well, along those
lines, they
lines,
like to know that, hey, we got Burrow locked in for 4 years, or we got this guy locked in for 3 years.
At least you know the future.
Exactly. And this nonstop fretting about, well, is this guy going to leave us? Is this guy going to leave us? Or are all the rich teams going to just take all the good players away? That stuff goes away.
All right, so along those lines, I got an email from a listener that I would like to read to you when we return, because it hits on all of these exact points.
All right, that's coming up next. We're out here in our parking lot, 50th and Dodge. Come by, drop a new unwrapped toy for Toys for Tots. It's brought to you by Molina Healthcare, Woodhouse Chevrolet, U.S. Marine Corps. We are here, 50th and Dodge. Come by, say hi. We'll be back, 1620 The Zone. All right, so some reaction. The new and improved scholarship contract. By the way, Daniel writes, what makes anyone think players would agree to all that or that it would hold up in court? Imagine your employer trying to impose those kind of rules. My question is,
what are you talking about? What, they do. They do. I can't just get up and leave.
How does Aaron Rodgers' contract hold up? It's a contract. I mean, that's all. We're acting like college athletes are a unique and special class of citizens.
It's the same thing
that are different than anyone else. Well, they're different in the sense that they can play college athletics, but it's no different than Aaron Rodgers having a pro contract or Juan Soto having a pro contract or you having a contract.
I cannot get up and go to a competitor across town because I have a contract here.
Correct.
I can't do that. And
that's how it works.
Now, look, is the ultimate answer, yeah, but they're not employees? All right, well, then let's make them employees so we don't have to worry about that crap
Obviously, there's probably an element of that's going to happen in here. Obviously, it's not the whole idea that's fleshed out, but, that's kind of the guts of what a contract could look like in college athletics.
And I would say this, too, and I think because we have Kent coming up soon, so I'm going to save my thing for later. We can do that after Kent, but I want to read this comment from Jed. He says, what about when a new coach comes in and the players doesn't fit the system or scheme? Kind of screws both the player and the new coach. Yes and no. Yes, it does, in the traditional way that we view college athletes. In a different way, though, that we, I think, have to moving forward, to go back to the pro model, Dallas is going to have a new coach after this season, I think, and save the jokes, right? And so that new coach is going to come in, and they might look at Dak Prescott and say, yikes, I don't know if I want to have that as my quarterback anymore. He's had a million injuries the last few years. He's old. This stinks. But you know what? If they want to cut him, I mean, they can. There are penalties associated with moving on from Dak Prescott.
Right.
Now, the penalties there are much different than the penalties in college, but it's the same thing. Just like here. We have had new bosses come in. I have to imagine over the years, a new boss has come in and said, I don't know if I like that employee there or that employee there. And you know what? Sometimes they can move on. Other times they cannot.
Right.
That's how it is in sports and in life. And so, finding a fix to all of this, it certainly is necessary. The nuts and bolts of exactly how that looks, I think that is what is going to be debated moving forward. But I think everyone would agree that what is happening right now in college football, college basketball, it is untenable. It cannot last this way. It's going to change. It's just when and what are the particulars of it when they actually are able to change it.
Daniel's still fighting with us in the comments, and he's asking about our former colleague, Nick Handley, who came over from another state. Well, you know what happened?
His contract was over. Was finished it there, right?
Well, there was also, it was kind of a tit for tat.
That's true, yeah.
There was some but it allowed Damon to go and Nick to come here. But it was all done through contractual process.
It wasn't just because they, for S's and G's, were like, hey, let's
again,
switch spots.
Let's not pretend that these people are different than anyone else. Now, yes, there would probably have to be, some collective bargaining. And this is kind of working all under the assumption that at some point, someday, there's going to be a college players union of some kind that's going to, work on behalf of those athletes. So, but
don't know why we take like contracts in pro sports and we're like, yep, that's how it is. But in college, we're like, can't happen.
Right?
Why? They're employees now. Like that's the thing. Like we need to stop viewing them as student athletes. I'm reading this book right now, and what did they call it? They're like, we're not going to use the phrase student athlete in this book. We're going to call them campus workers because that's what they are. They are employees of the university, even if they don't want to call them employees of the university.
Right.
This is not
And
easy.
At some point, there will need to be, especially if my idea or something similar to it is going to go through.
Of course.
That there will have to be a formalization.
And the collective bargaining. Like
there will have to be a formalization that these, are employees.
Yeah, I think what the important part of the whole conversation is we are truly, I think, and I think you have been upfront about this for years. We're trying to find protections for both parties here, that's the thing.
And most importantly, for us, because none of this stuff exists without us. And judging by the results of our poll question, people do not like the current system as it is.
Yeah.
We would like to have some guarantees of our own that our favorite players, at least we know going in, hey, this dude's got 1 year. This guy's got 2. Remember, none of this exists. Nebraska football, Creighton basketball, Creighton volleyball, Nebraska baseball. None of it exists without us.
And by the way, like, because I know people keep bringing up non-compete. This is not about a non-compete. That is not what is going on. Dak Prescott doesn't have a non-compete to compete.
Well, I mean, technically he does. It's called his contract.
But yes,
he competes for Dallas.
We just don't call it a non-compete.
Correct.
It is just you are under contract to perform for this team. If you want out, you can ask for a trade. That is allowed in these sports.
Sure,
like,
but when you get traded, you trade the contract.
You trade the contract, exactly.
So it's simple. That's how it works. I mean, yes, there will have to be some collective bargaining at some point. And for everyone who's been like, well, but they'll never allow this. Guess what? They're not going to have any choice. It is, I mean, the ball is already heading down this way. The NCAA has been fighting this forever, just like they've been fighting everything else forever. Yeah. And they're going to lose on this one too at some point. At some point, the athletes will be considered
employees
in some legal definition, an employee of the institution.
And that'll be good. That'll be better than this.
Yeah.
It definitely will. Like
it's inevitable.
It's not going to be perfect, but yeah, of course
it's inevitable.
Of course it is.
Coming up next, Kent Wolgamont, and we are going to review Deadpool. Or is it Wolverine and Deadpool? Or
Deadpool and Wolverine, yeah.
I can't remember.
You got it. You had it.
I watched this thing earlier in the summer.
You watched it. Oh, that's right.
I saw it in the summer.
Yeah, at a movie theater.
At a theater.
Nice.
Or theater.
Yep.
Kent is back, folks, and we are here at our parking lot at 50th and Dodge. We are raising new unwrapped toys for the Toys for Tots. Come on by. We got one great listener sitting out there right now. They're just having a great old conversation.
Oh, heck yeah.
We've got a lot of our other cohorts in from NRG Media out there conversing with the good people. You can come out, drop off a new unwrapped toy, and we can enjoy each other's company and know that you're doing a good bid for Toys for Tots. We're stuffing the truck with 1620 The Zone.
Friday, final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
It has been 3 long weeks since we've been able to say, hello, Kent.
Oh, did you clone Nick? I got Nick cloned.
Yeah, it does kind of.
Oh, yeah, it does. There's 2 Nicks here today.
That's true.
Should I move to one other side?
No,
I think you should stay right where you are, so we get like so
double
it looks
the
like
Nick.
there's many
Hello,
of us.
me.
Double the Nick, double the fun. It's double mint gum.
Nice.
You know what? You know what we could do? We could like triple the fun by bringing in our new friend of the Grum, Jesus Nick.
Oh no, we don't need Jesus Nick.
Jesus,
we don't need Jesus Nick.
Hi, Jesus me.
Kent, how was your holiday weekend?
It was perfectly fine.
Good.
Until the Raiders game.
Oh.
On the other hand, just lose, baby. We want that number 1 pick.
Well, maybe, you know what? We didn't even think about that. Maybe that's the reason why they screwed up the end of that game.
They want Shador.
They want that number 1 pick.
Uh-huh.
They and the Giants in a race for the cellar. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, this week's movie is Deadpool and Wolverine. It is streaming on Disney Plus.
So weird to open up an R-rated movie on Disney Plus. I just found it odd.
Yeah.
Because I just think of that more as a kid's app, not for adults.
Are you just going to stand and squat like that the whole time?
My knees hurt if I crouch.
Oh, you don't have a chair.
No chair for Nick.
Well,
right.
Nick, tell us about Deadpool and Wolverine.
So Deadpool and Wolverine is the 3rd movie in the Deadpool trilogy, but more than anything, it's a love letter send-off to the Fox Marvel Cinematic Universe, which, low-key, really good. People forget that before we got Iron Man in 2008, the only place that was really doing these Marvel movies was Fox. They gave us Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four movies, the old ones, not the new ones.
X-Men.
All the X-Men movies, which are insanely successful and very loved. And even Blade and Elektra, all those other characters that everybody kind of forgot about, this movie gave them one last chance in the spotlight and said goodbye to them, and it sent them off in a good and funny kind of way. And it also kind of blended together the Fox Marvel Universe with the new current Marvel Universe in a way that I thought was very well done. It was kind of the transitional movie.
I'd say that's a pretty good representation of what the movie was.
I'm not going to lie. So I saw this last summer in the theater. It was our, for our Knoxville guys trip, and we always pick a movie.
The boys trip.
I not that I couldn't follow it when I was there. I could. But then when I just went on Wiki today, just so I had the notes in front of me, and I started reading the plot, I'm like, man, I didn't remember any of this
Well, you
stuff.
should have rewatched it, John.
Well, no, but that was the point, was it these movies have gotten so meta in terms of all the time travel. I'm just like, I was completely lost. Now, that said, I enjoyed it for what it was, and I kind of understood what was going on, but man, they have gotten so complicated with all the different universes and the crossing of the this and the that and the other thing that it's like, I don't know how anyone follows this stuff.
I'm sorry, this movie did a good job making fun of that too.
Yes, it did. It did.
Yeah, and Kent, before you go, so I was once a huge Marvel fan. I would see every movie, not all of them in theaters, but I watched them all. I watched the first 2 or 3 shows, and now I've completely fallen off. And so this was interesting because while I did like the X-Men movies back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I was a fan of them. I have not seen all of them, and I certainly have not seen all of the other ones. or all of the other, 20th Century Fox movies. And so there was a lot of stuff in here where I would pause it and I'd be like, who is that in reference to? Who is that character? What is going on here? And I remember, Kent, when this movie came out, I had no desire to see it. I was just kind of tired of all of this stuff. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was funny, and I thought that it obviously had a lot of callbacks, and it made fun of a ton of stuff. But I thought it also had more heart than I was expecting in a movie like this. Especially, I mean, the Ryan Reynolds Deadpool movies, I don't really consider them full of heart. I think they're funny more than anything. I really enjoyed this, though.
It's not as much fun the second time.
Really? Interesting.
Because the jokes, right? This is about the jokes, right? In large part, right? There's some emotional content, but it's mostly the jokes and the setup and you can either see this as a love letter to those past Marvel movies, or you can see it as a cynical move on the part of Disney to link the Fox characters and the Fox movies with the current Marvel movies, and in one of the many breaking the fourth wall or insider, whatever you want to call it, remarks that Deadpool says to Wolverine toward the end of the movie, Fox killed him off, and now Disney's bringing him back, going to make him work till he's 90.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because, Ken, I was thinking the same thing because I saw the last Wolverine movie. Wasn't it just called Wolverine?
I thought it was Logan.
Logan. I saw that in theaters, and that was awesome, and it was super emotional. And spoiler alert, he dies, and it's like, wow, like this is really, really cool. And so, yeah, it does feel cynical that it's like, all right, welcome back. Everyone can get rose from the dead in all of these movies. Like Robert Downey's going to be coming back at some point in time,
Dr.
right?
Doom, though.
It's just like, I don't know. It does feel very tired.
And the reason for some of the reason for the convoluted plotting, to say the least, or hard to follow or whatever, or too much is, did you look at the credits? Did you follow my magic rule before the credits? Any movie that has more than 2 screenwriters is going to be a narrative mess.
And wasn't it 5?
5 of them on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Reynolds gets credited for it because those are ad libs. He's just riffing, so they have to give him a screenplay credit. But so there were basically 4 writers. 4 writers, you get a movie like this. I don't care what the movie is.
Yeah.
I really thought a lot of the jokes landed really well. My favorite one probably was the Chris Evans joke, because that also just made fun of, like, hey, he's Captain America, but also people forget he was Johnny's
and
Thor.
I literally had forgotten that he was, because I never saw that was Fantastic Four.
Yeah, that was the OG.
I never saw any of the Fantastic Four movies.
I loved those movies, the 2 that they made. And I saw them like, oh crap, they're going to do a Captain America thing. And then as soon as he said flame on, I'm like, oh my, they wrote that joke so well. That was such a well done joke. I thought the Gambit joke was really funny because with what's the guy's name? 21 Jump Street. Johnny
Depp.
Channing Tatum.
Oh, Channing Tatum.
Other 21 Jump Street. That was a nod to.
That was a TV show.
Yeah.
Because they were naming off, there's Blade, there's Elektra, so and so. Oh, who are you? There was supposed to be a Gambit movie in the works, and when Disney bought Fox, it got canned right away. So it was there was a lot of really fun, fourth wall jokes because it's a Deadpool movie, but I thought the way it was handled, and I'm obviously coming at this from a very biased viewpoint because I love a lot of these movies. I grew up on a lot of these
Bayman
movies.
writes, wait, Nick loved the Fantastic Four movies.
The first ones, not the new one. New one.
See, again, and this is where this whole universe loses me because we make one and then we remake them right away. Like with Spider-Man, I'm like, my mind is like, okay, I'm out.
The only reason they did they remade Fantastic Four was so Fox or Sony or whoever could keep the rights to it. That's literally all it was. They didn't care. It was a bad movie. Nobody cared about that movie. They did it for the money. But the first few were good.
Yeah. I'm sure they were great. I will say, because I had not seen any of the Deadpool. I had never seen any of the Wolverine or
X-Men.
I've never seen any of those. So for me, just to like,
yeah,
right. But again,
how could you know what was going on?
Well, that's
seen them.
Exactly.
So they seem like movies that you would like.
But again, because we've constantly introduced and then reintroduced new characters, and we're time traveling, we're doing all this stuff. I've equated it many times, to, we just now have a battle royal where it's like, I just bring in every superhero and bring them in there and they just start fighting. And it's like, at some point, it's a point of diminishing returns because you can't make the explosions more explosion-y. Okay. So I just kind of checked out of all of it. But I will say this for this movie, and, the Deadpool character, and Ryan Reynolds does a great job. Now, sometimes it can be a little too much because he always seems like he plays the same type of character no matter what movie he's
smart
in.
Ass.
He's a smart ass, but he's a good smart ass.
He's very good smart ass.
And I thought that Hugh Jackman playing off of him was good too. I thought it was kind of a good odd couple,
definitely,
comedy pairing. And so even though I'm parachuting into this universe, having never really been there outside of, seeing a handful of Iron Man movies, that I still was entertained because,
they're entertaining.
They're entertaining. It's a bunch of fights. It's a bunch of explosions.
And
you get to see Jennifer Garner in tights again. That's always a good thing. I was fine with it.
And Kent, you know what? I thought the villain was really good. I'd never seen that villain before, but her power to crawl into people's minds, that was good stuff.
That's gross.
Yep. That was good. The whole how do you want to say, all of that works and it entertains, right? And it's made our boy Ryan Reynolds a very, 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 very rich man.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was smart enough to get a percentage of starting with the first Deadpool. So this was the highest grossing R-rated movie of all time.
Crazy. Take that, Passion of the Christ.
Ryan Reynolds does have a very personal stake in Deadpool because I remember I was in high school when the first teaser trailer or whatever dropped before it was really anything. So I was a part of that wave of teenagers and all these kids who were like, oh my God, this looks amazing. We need to get this made. And because of that little teaser thing, he was able to parlay that into just turning it into a full-on movie, a full series. Ryan Reynolds, and even in X-Men Origins Wolverine, he played Wade Wilson, but it wasn't Deadpool, but it was the guy.
Wade Wilson, the Vikings quarterback?
Nice.
Yes.
Great reference.
But he has always hated that portrayal of Deadpool or Wade or whatever in that movie, that he wanted to go and make a comic accurate thing for people. And I'm sure money was a big factor in it too.
Yes, Nick,
but
it was.
Don't think that it's just as cynical as just the money though. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it's not you.
I'm just confused what the point that you're trying to make is.
The point I'm trying to make is
why are we talking about this?
I don't think it's just about the money, and I think that we shouldn't take that kind of cynical outlook on it.
No way. You can't not take that cynical outlook when the whole movie is acknowledging how cynical the movie is.
That is true.
The whole movie is we are cynical.
And I think that was one of the reasons why I enjoyed it. So even though, again, I wasn't totally immersed in the whole plot, I kind of got enough of it. But I could tell they were making fun of all of it. And it was all a big cynical thing. And I like cynicism, so it was funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And it's been so popular. They're going to do another one. Now, how they're going to do that, who knows? But I just read yesterday or the day before that there's going to be a sequel in the works here.
So it'll be Deadpool and Wolverine too? Like that's what's happening?
Uh-huh. I mean, I who knows what they'll call it. Yeah, but it's Deadpool and Wolverine too. So Hugh Jackman may indeed have to work until he's not.
We have definitely reached late stage comic book movies, and I wonder. I do wonder what their future is because they were printing money, and the anticipation for the final Avengers movie, which is now 5.5 years ago. I remember that, the whole marketing campaign behind that, and just how pumped people were. And now everyone is just tired. And so I'm very curious to see, beyond a cynical movie like this, what just like normal superhero movies look like moving forward, because it doesn't seem like the audience is responding to them like they did.
Not as they once did. And part of it is, I believe this is the 35th Marvel movie.
Sheesh.
Wow. Only?
It's a lot.
Actually, you know what, Nick?
Any of the TV stuff. This is the 35th theatrical Marvel movie.
Wow.
Yeah, and then you throw in all the shows. That's a lot of stuff.
And all the TV shows. So they're beating the horse pretty hard. And I have the same question. Has it burned itself out?
Well, how many current streaming series in this universe are there going on right now?
God.
I think it's just Agatha is the only main one right now, right?
Okay,
I'm sure they have something that is in the works, though. But but since Disney Plus came on board, they have probably done a dozen live action streaming shows. Yeah, and I was watching. I remember the first few of them. I watched all the episodes, and then we got to a point where both Chris and I, it seemed like we got burnt out at the same time, and we're like, "Nah, I'm good."
What killed it for me? I really liked WandaVision, but it was not the Captain America one, the Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Falcon and Winter Soldier.
That
sucked.
It sucked, and that burned me out.
That one was awful.
Well, yeah. Loki. I did watch Loki.
Loki was good, and Loki had
good.
like the time stuff that this had as well.
But I think they've just beat this horse for so long, and they can't. And there aren't fresh characters left, really.
No, and Ken, you know what it is too is you get so far into a series, and it ended with all those Avengers movies, and those are full of movie stars. It's famous people that are on the big screen. It's like, I know who Robert Downey Jr. is. I know who Chris Evans is. At least with this, you got Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. Then they're trying to create a bunch of new stars, and it's really, really difficult to get the same buy-in. Plus, I mean, like, say what you will about all the goofiness with time travel and stuff. Like, that story was building to Avengers Endgame. And that was it's in the title. It was an end. And that's what I really liked about it. And it's hard to come back from that, right? Where it's like, you thought you were telling a story and that the story for the most part was finished. All right, well, now how do you top it? How do you top a guy who snapped his finger and eliminated half of the population? You can't. And they're still trying to. It's really difficult.
Yep. So then what's the challenge next? I mean, do you just keep milking this thing for as desperately long as you can? Or are we going to have, and I say we, the studios, Hollywood, are we going to have to try to find something else, or has the ship so changed? Because if you think about it, the promulgation of these comic book movies, the big blockbusters, certainly COVID had a big factor. But how we absorb movies today ain't like it used to be. You had to go to the theater to see the film. So every film that came out in a theater. Now it's streaming services. So the only things you get in the theaters anymore are the real artsy films at the smaller studios or these giant blockbusters. Where do we go from here? What kind of storytelling is going to get people back in the theaters, or is this all we have left?
Two answers to that question. One is there will be, this kind of movie is not going to go away. I think Disney has to find a way to kind of restart some of these, and I don't know that you couldn't go back and do Fantastic Four and do it well and turn that into its own kind of series or something like that. That I think the other thing that we've seen just recently, in fact, is some of the more, I don't know exactly the right way to put it, adult drama type films are starting to make a comeback. And the one most notably I'd point to is Conclave, the movie about the picking the new pope that stars Ray Fiennes and Stanley Tucci and Lithgow, and it's a really good movie. And it did very well at the box office, and it drew a crowd that wasn't the superhero crowd, right?
Yeah.
And so I see that as happening. And then, as you said, these quote little movies are starting to get a little bit bigger and in the sense that I think that audience has found itself theatrically a little bit. So you have movies like Anora, which I would highly recommend. It's in theaters right now. It's about a New York City sex worker who falls for or takes advantage of a Russian immigrant or a Russian prince, I guess you could call him. You know, he's the son of an oligarch and just spends money like crazy. It may be the best movie of the year, and it's playing, you know, mainstream type theaters. And so I think you got some of that. So I think it's a combination, but I think the pressure is really, to me, on Disney because they own every one of these properties. If you think about it, they've got the Marvel, they've got Star Wars. You know, you start looking, it's the pressures on Disney to kind of come up with a way to throw some energy back into these superheroes like franchise type films.
Well, that is Deadpool and Wolverine. It's on Disney Plus. And no doubt there'll be many more like it coming out in the very near future. Do we know what's on tap for next summer's blockbusters? Do we know yet?
Oh, I don't even know.
Nick,
I know Paul Thomas Anderson has a new movie coming out next year.
I thought Nick would know some of this stuff.
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
Okay. Well.
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
I can
over your shoulder.
I can determine that if I had a actual computer that I wasn't on here with. I could in about 30 seconds determine most of those. So
Chance says there's a new Superman movie coming out.
Is there?
Yeah. Yes, indeed, there is.
Who's Superman this time?
I know who it's not.
What a lame ass character.
Oh,
Dumb
it
hero.
is not.
Oh, my power is everything.
But he has a weakness. It's called kryptonite.
A rock.
And again, with any of these movies, what makes these movies is how good your bad guy is. If you can find someone as good as Gene Hackman to play Lex Luthor, you're going to be fine. There you go. It's always about the bad guys, just like the Bond films.
Hey,
it's always about the
why
bad
do
guys.
people love The Dark Knight? Joker,
the bad guys.
Yep.
The bad guys
Or Bane.
always make the film. Always. I mean, the good guys, yes, important, but if you got a good bad guy, everything else takes care of itself.
Yeah.
That's an oxymoron.
There's John's movie 101 for you today.
Nice.
And that really held true with this movie. The most interesting thing in the movie was whatever her name was.
Yeah, she was awesome. I thought she was a great villain.
Yeah. So there you go.
Really good villain.
All right. So next Friday, once again, we have a broken schedule because I'll be headed to Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Abandoning us, Daddy John.
Why are you going to Tuscaloosa, Alabama?
Because the Creighton Blue Jays are returning a trip to the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Well, you enjoy Tuscaloosa.
I will.
There's a really good barbecue place there.
Oh,
ooh,
there you go.
Exceptionally good barbecue.
Do you know the name offhand?
I know, but I could get it in about a minute.
Okay.
I will get it to you.
Okay, sounds good. Send me an email so I can get the information to Johnny so we can maybe schedule the barbecue instead of whatever we're doing.
Speaking of getting it to you, so I got Mike Schaefer's pick earlier today.
Mike Schaefer will be filling in for me.
He'll be filling in. Now, apparently, we have done this movie this year.
We have.
I'm guessing that was when I was on the West Coast at the Eugene Marathon. Because what is that, 7 months ago? He picked L.A. Confidential. You guys apparently did L.A. Confidential.
We did.
I was not here for this.
We did.
So I will be getting a new movie, and we will let everybody know what the new movie is.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realize that we had done L.A. And I had never seen it, Ken, so I figured that you would give me the patented what? But now we can't do it. Yeah.
And the only reason that you didn't get it is because I assumed that you'd watch it.
Yep, indeed. Yep. So Shafe will get us a different movie. He actually sent me two options, so maybe he'll go with the first one, but I'll confirm with him as he'll be filling in.
All right.
week.
So TBA.
We'll have it announced, though.
We'll have it announced maybe by the end of the day. We'll make sure to put it out on the
socials.
On the socials.
Yep, and I'll shoot you a text, Kent, when I know for sure.
For all of that.
Yeah.
Well,
if you want to watch LA Confidential, it's on Paramount Plus. Everybody.
Yeah, watch it. Why not?
There you go.
It's really good. It's a great movie.
Yeah, we did that
7 months ago.
Because who is in LA Confidential?
Spacey.
Guy Pearce.
Kevin Spacey.
Oh, Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe.
Yeah, I had to have been on the West Coast for that one. Bummer.
Yeah.
All right. Well, next time.
Can't win them all.
We'll figure it out.
All right. We don't have any game to pick for Kent now.
Oh,
We're
no.
done.
No.
Evil Kent, he goes back into his lair.
What about volleyball?
I will predict a beautiful pinstripe bowl appearance for your Nebraska Cornhuskers, because nothing says bowl game like New York City in a baseball stadium when it's 30 degrees or 20 degrees on the 29th.
Baseball.
The Gotham Bowl. Gotham Bowl 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Maybe Nebraska can relive it and say, nope, we ain't coming until the check clears. They literally did not leave the tarmac until the check cleared from the Gotham Bowl.
Nice.
Way to go, Bob. Maybe they can bring Bob back.
I'm surprised Bob survived New York, to be honest with you.
How did they clear checks in 1962?
Well, they went to the bank.
Yeah, you had to go to the bank.
They went to the bank and they handed over the paper and said, is the check good? Yep, you're good. Go.
Oh,
and that's
fun.
what they
See you
did.
later.
That's what they did.
Yep.
All right. Well, Kent, have a great weekend, and we'll see you next Friday.
Some of us, you
Well,
won't see me next Friday.
Yeah, but send me the name of that barbecue place. I want to know.
I will do it shortly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kent, welcome out of the
Kent.
Lincoln Journal-Star with the movie club, and we'll make sure to get out the new movie club.
Yeah, Shafe said, dude, you need it now, and I said, no, you're good. So
You're good.
he will get it back to us at some point in time.
Sorry, Josh.
Some point. No, I'm happy. Nick, it's not a big deal.
I took a peep over your shoulder,
Yeah,
though.
Nick
I didn't mean to look at your things.
Yeah, Nick was watching me tweet. I was getting ready to tweet out the link.
And
then
that's
Nick-
what you were doing.
Yeah.
I thought we had a sports flash or something.
Well, there was a comment that said something about Sadie from Theo, but Theo always is writing about Sadie. So
What's
I
the
was
Minnesota podcast saying about?
Yeah, I was like, is
I
there
don't-
is there news with Satterfield? Is he left?
I don't care.
I have no idea. No idea. No idea.
Oh, there we go. There's a sports flash, John.
Shane Bieber is
cool.
signing with the Cleveland Guardians. There you go. He's returning.
Congrats.
He
Guardians.
literally is returning as as a player. We are here at our parking lot.
Oh yeah.
The sun has now disappeared
Thank
behind the
God.
the two men in a truck. So Josh is not
chilly here.
squinting
Get
as
that
much.
blanket out.
I'm
It
about
is-
to get my Cowboys
It is
blanket,
going to
folks.
start to get chilly here in a little bit, and I stand corrected on the stand
Got
corrected.
my gloves.
Earlier, Nick said that there were equinoxes in the parking lot. I did not see that on the other side of the big two men in a
Oh my
truck.
gosh.
There are. So Woodhouse brought us 4 of their EVs. So there's a Silverado and the EV Blazer here on this side, but I didn't see the Equinoxes on the other side. So 4 really great looking vehicles that you can get at Woodhouse Chevrolet, one of our co-sponsors, along with Molina Healthcare, as we are raising new unwrapped toys. Just come on by, drop off a new unwrapped toy for Toys for Tots so that the kids this holiday season have something on Christmas Day. U.S. Marine Corps is here, along with others. The folks at Two Men in a Truck have been helping us as well. We're here until 6, and then, of course, tomorrow will be opened up again during the afternoon. So if you can't make it today, make it by tomorrow. Please drop off a new unwrapped toy so we can stuff the truck with 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. Last night's game was amazing, and what's even more amazing is that it's only the first pro football game of the weekend. Circa Sports Iowa is your home for football every single game. You can be sitting in the comfort of your own home and still play along with the same live in-game lines, props, and tight money line splits that they offer at the Giant Sportsbook in Las Vegas. It truly is like having Las Vegas at your fingertips anywhere in the state of Iowa. That works for the customer support too, by the way. Real life people, no AI, no chatbots. And let's check out some of those tight money line splits for this weekend, shall we? The Titans, minus 175 over the Jags. The Seahawks are plus 131 dogs to the Cardinals in the Bird Bowl. And the Bills, minus 185 on John's Rams. Whatever game you want to play it with a sportsbook made with you in mind. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Producer Nick, Joey back inside the building, running the dials. John Bishop, Sister Jean.
My blankie. John, do you
like,
want some warmth? You look a little chilly. Do you need some Cowboys blanket on you?
Yeah, I don't need that filth on me. You look like Sister Jean sitting in your chair with your blanket all bundled up like it's 20 degrees. It's still nice out here. I'm still wearing the same stuff I was wearing before.
I have the black lung pop. This is keeping me warm. My feetsies, John, went from chilly to not chilly in a few seconds.
You know, some of us were smart enough to put on double socks today.
I know. Some of us are idiots. And that person is me.
Says the guy in the cowboy blanket.
No, that's not why I'm an idiot. This is very normal. This is very normal.
But we're outside here for Stuff the Truck. 2 men in a truck got their big vehicle here. Woodhouse Chevy, Molina Healthcare, the U.S. Marine Corps. We are raising new unwrapped toys for the kids this Christmas season. So bring a new unwrapped toy. Just drop it off. You know, it's real easy. We're right off Dodge Street. You just zip in, you zip out. It's Czechoslovakia. It's like going to Wisconsin. You zip in, you zip out. Same thing.
Zipper
you zip
boys.
in, you zip out. You know, you drop off your toy. You don't even have to get out of the vehicle. If you don't want to, you can if you want to.
Yeah.
And commiserate. We got a lot of our colleagues here from our other radio stations or come by and say hi. We're inside the zone tent.
Yep.
And we're going to be enjoying a One Beer Friday here in about 30 minutes or so.
Hell yeah, baby.
But before we had Kent, we were discussing, you know, the NIL transfer portal. I have reintroduced the scholarship contract idea, kind of changed it for a new generation. But it's basically a way to, you know, ensure, hey, here's how many years you have left on your deal. And yes, this is all assuming that, you know, these kids are going to be basically employees of the university. There'll be collective bargaining. Kids, that's happening. It's not happening yet, but it will be happening soon. Trust me.
Yeah.
It will be happening. So we got a lot of reaction to it.
Yeah. Well, so I got this message earlier today, and honestly, we should have read it almost in reverse order because you have the answer to kind of the question that is posed. And this was from a Nebraska fan named JP. And JP, not Josh Peterson for the record, said, is this actually fun for anyone? Talking about all of this stuff. The portal, players going in and out, right? Is this actually fun for anyone? I'm all for player compensation and rights, but completely reshuffled rosters annually, ? Feels like the sport is dying. Is the sport dying?
The part that's dying is how the sausage is made. But they're still making the sausage, if that makes some sense. And the sausage still is desired by the public.
Yeah.
The sports are not dying. In fact, sports right now are more lucrative than they have ever been before. Why do you think women's sports have exploded in popularity? Why do you think college sports have exploded in popularity? Because of the way we consume entertainment. It's the one thing that all of these broadcast entities, whether they be traditional broadcast, cable network, satellite, streaming, the reason why it's so coveted is it's because it's the one thing that demands your attention and you will have to watch it live.
Yep.
And thus, that's why the contracts are going up and up and up in price. That's why the attention paid to these sports, it's not that there's that many more people necessarily watching certain sports.
It's that everything else has gone down.
Correct.
And so even if you
scripted television, Friends, Seinfeld, going back to the olden days with All in the Family would bring in 30, 40, 50, 60 million people on a regular basis because that's all there was. Now, scripted television, if you're drawing 2 or 3 million people for a regular scripted television show, you're doing good.
Yeah, so it's not that sports are going up, it's that sports aren't going down. Well,
exactly.
Football isn't going down.
Right.
Other sports certainly are.
But basically, so that means that the value, because you can still bring in a healthy enough audience to justify the advertising, that's why it's becoming more popular. But so that part's not dying, but kind of how the way everything has been made and how the athletes have been treated and how rosters have been managed, all of that stuff is dying.
Let me read this. So Royals Husker fan tweeted at me about Emmett Johnson this morning and said, I guess it was in response to the news, what's the point in developing players anymore if you're a coach? Put years of effort into a player just to have them leave when they're ready to break out because someone offered them a check. And so I was thinking about that, and I was thinking about my interest in college basketball, and I know we have a whole lot of fun with my lack of interest in men's college basketball in 2024. And I was kind of interrogating myself this morning because one of the reasons that we have often used as dislike of college basketball has been roster turnover. And like 20 years ago, 25 years ago, it was roster turnover in the sense of you come, you play for a year,
and then you're gone.
And then you move on. Carmelo
stars.
Anthony,
Yeah,
correct, right? And especially whenever, I don't remember when the rule went into place. Maybe it might have been 20 years ago, exactly 19 years ago, where you had to play for a year.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's why Kevin Durant played in college at Texas for a year, because LeBron, a few years before, he was able to make the jump into the NBA. And so that was the reason. But college football, I always liked it because it was like they have to be in school for 3 years. So thus you get to know them. And, you know, like a Tim Tebow career. By the end of Tebow's career, you know a lot about this guy. Mm-hmm. You either root for or against him because, again, you have grown up watching him play.
Yeah.
And that is how college football was. And
you want stars.
That rule is still in place. And there are still stars. But the machinations now of rosters has completely changed. I still love college football. I still look forward to every Saturday like I did 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Like, it still matters to me. But I do understand that frustration about, like, this. And, like, Emmett Johnson, I feel like, is such a great avatar for people's frustration because how many – I don't know if you tweeted about him last night, but a lot of the responses that I got when I said something was just like, I don't get this. Why would he do this? What is it about Nebraska that he doesn't want to be there? And, like, not to be cynical and just say, I mean, guys, the money might be better somewhere else, but the money could be better somewhere else. Or maybe the 150 to 105, maybe he is a byproduct of that. And like that it's actually more of a, you know, handshake agreement on both sides. I don't know. I haven't heard from the record what it is. But I know that a player like him, it's like if Thomas Fidone leaves, I think that people will understand it. They'll be like, well, yeah, for a variety of reasons, it just didn't work here. And if Danny Kaelin, he left, and people are sad about it, but it's like, makes sense to me. Mm-hmm. He wanted to go somewhere he can play. Emmett Johnson is a type of player where I do know the old school fan is like, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want with your career if this isn't going to be good enough. And again, I don't have the answer to that. I don't think college football is dying, but I do understand why someone would say this isn't the sport that I grew up with. But you know what? It's not the sport you grew up with, and it probably never has been the sport that you grew up with.
But I'll tell you, Josh, I'm putting myself in the place of where I was maybe when I was, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old. If I would have known, if I would have been like, oh man, end of 1982, we're gonna have Turner Gill back, we're gonna have Irving Fryer back, we're gonna have Mike Rozier back, we're gonna have Dean Steinkuhler back. It's gonna be a great year. And then I find out 3 of them just say, nope, we're going to Oklahoma, or we're going to Miami, or we're going. I would be incensed. I would be like, why? What? And so there's this loyalty that is lost. Because at the end of the day, sure, we root for laundry. We root for laundry. But we also want to root for people. We want stories. We want these kids who we want the Turner Gills. We want the Steve Taylors. We want the Tommy Frazier's. We want the Grant Wistroms, the guys that, man, they wanted to come here and they played for us and they bled for us and they pumped us up. They made us excited and we wanted to see them. And while we understood if like an Amon Green left early for the NFL, it made sense. Hey, he wanted to go. Okay, fine. We got that. But there were so many others that was like, oh, but this guy's coming in and this guy's coming in. And just the idea that people can just up and leave you and all of it being for money, I can understand the frustration, which is why I am not surprised at all with the results of our poll question. There's less than 5% of you who said, hey, I'm fine with this system. And sure, we can throw out all the, but this lawyer won't allow it and this law won't allow it. All this. There is a way. There is a way that we can try to clean up this system enough where there are guarantees, there are protections, but there's also protections for us. Because again, at the end of the day, this entertainment business, which is what college sports is, it's an entertainment business, exists only because we want it to exist. If we didn't want college football to exist as a society, it would disappear as a entertainment entity. It would be gone.
Josh writes, yeah, sport is dying as I run a stop sign on my way home to make sure I don't miss one play of the G5 of a G5 conference title game. And so, like, that's the thing, right? There is so much frustration with where college football is at, and yet people will be watching in droves this weekend. They'll be watching in droves in 2 weeks when the playoff starts. But, I mean, we have seen a lot of player movement in the NBA. And as someone who used to watch many regular season games a year and as many playoff games as I could, I am totally out on that sport now. I rarely watch it. I'll tune in the playoffs. And I have to wonder, as I interrogate my own feelings, why is it because I'm really busy now? Sure. But is it also because there is, you don't have those stories of this team versus this team and this player versus this player? The NBA in theory has protections because they do have contracts, and yet we've seen a lot of player movement. In college football, they don't even have those protections in place.
Well, no, again, we have overcorrected. It used to be too restrictive, and now it is totally not restrictive. And if you're on a slick road and you turn into the spin and you overcorrect, you just spin out the other way. That's what we have done here with college sports, and there has to be a way that we can narrow some of this down. And unfortunately, it may lead to other larger, bigger changes. We've talked about the untethering, and we've talked about the end of the NCAA. And it's probably headed ultimately in that direction because we've seen it. We've seen it, and it's happened so quickly, even in just the last 5 years, of this pillar collapsing and this pillar collapsing and this tradition going away and that thing going away. Unfortunately, that's what it has become, and we've lost sight of what it is. But this constant desire by the schools, by the networks, to have their cake and eat it too. Eventually it does catch up with you.
Definitely.
Eventually it catches up with you. All right, we got more to come. We're going to preview those games from those selfish, entitled athletes.
Can't wait to watch them.
That are probably going to be leaving next year anyway.
Football.
We've got a happy hour. We got a lot more, so stay right there. We're coming right back. Toys for Tots, Stuff the Truck event right here at our parking lot, 50th and Dodge. Come on by, drop off a new unwrapped toy, and help those kids this holiday season with 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. Stuff the truck. 50th and Dodge is where we are. We're in our parking lot.
With our blanket.
With your blanket.
Yeah, John,
Ew.
we're getting... Should I scoot a little closer?
Get that trash away from me. I don't know what kind of disease is on there.
No disease.
I definitely know
Just
what
some
disease is on
dog
there.
hair.
There's been a
It's
sickness
losing.
going around.
Joey, everyone is sick these days. I'm feeling pretty good, though. John, how are you feeling?
I'm great.
All right,
Just
good.
great.
My wife's feeling better?
I'm great because this
wow.
weekend we have 7 different conference, or is it 8?
Games?
Maybe
It's
is it 7? It's 8, right?
See, you got 3 tonight.
3
and you
tonight.
got 1, 2,
6 tomorrow. 9.
No,
Yeah, 9.
Right? We got
I
9.
think 9.
9 conference
yes, because it's
championship games.
G5 and then the Power 4.
There you go.
Yeah.
We got and most of them are running unopposed, so you can focus. You can
hate
just focus.
you.
You don't have to.
I
You don't
hate
have to
your
split your
guts.
attention. Now you do have to split your attention tonight because
3 games.
you got the Conference USA Championship. No playoff implications whatsoever. But the Mountain West.
Yeah,
there's no.
in
there's
the
in that
UNLV
one.
Boise. Yeah.
But UNLV Boise
This is for the playoff.
Yeah, the folks in the Mountain West have to be thrilled that, hey, this is the most attention we'll probably ever be paid on our Little Leagues Conference Championship game
100%.
because whoever wins is going to the playoff, the 10th-ranked Boise State Broncos and the 20th-ranked UNLV Rebels.
So do we think that Boise State is playing for a 4 seed and maybe a 3 seed? We do not think that UNLV is playing for it. We think if UNLV wins, they are the 5. They're the 12.
I mean,
rather.
they're already behind Arizona State
Yeah.
and Iowa State. No, UNLV is not leapfrogging anybody.
Do you buy into Boise being able to get all the way to a 3? Do you think that if Clemson wins and whatever happens in the Big 12, will they actually do that, or are they going to get jumped? I mean, that would be a win by Clemson over a top 10 team, and in the Big 12, it'd be a win over.
Yeah, but how many spots would Clemson have to jump?
A lot of them. Aren't they 16 or 17 right now?
Yeah, so
That's a goal.
absolutely. The Boise State will probably be the 3 if Clemson if they win and Clemson wins, because they'll be ahead of SMU.
They're ahead of everybody right now.
Yeah, and SMU wouldn't be a conference champion. So absolutely,
It's an interesting game, man. They played before, and remember that game went down to the wire. Boise didn't. That was the first time all year that Genty really was shut down.
Yes, he was.
Fewer than 4 yards per carry. They bottled him up in a really good way. And that game was in Vegas. This game is on the blue turf.
It is on the blue. Damn it.
Blue turf, baby.
I hate that thing. Go UNLV.
Nice.
Not tomorrow, though.
Not tomorrow. Oh, basketball. Cut that out, Joey, and play it in his intro tomorrow. But they did play them very well. Dare I say they played them better than anyone outside of Oregon this year. If this game was at a neutral site, I would really like UNLV's chances. It's just hard to go into Boise and come out with a dub. It really is.
Yep, the line's not that. I mean, what is it,
dude? All of these games.
All
have
of these
short
games
lines.
they do have short lines.
Yeah.
Now, the other part of it is, and I remember when we talked about this game the first time it came around, was Haj Malik Williams, but he also did not play well in this game. So while Boise's top offensive threat was kind of shut down in the first matchup, Haj Malik Williams had his worst passing grade of the season and barely completed 50% of his passes against Boise. So now he did run for 143 yards, which was actually more than Genty, but I have to think that he's going to have a better game throwing if UNLV is going to win. The thing is about these rematches.
Yeah, who does it benefit, right? Who does it give the advantage to? And both of them are at different locales. First one was again, it was in Vegas at home of UNLV, and now this one is in Boise.
I tend to think that Boise will prevail because they are at home.
Yeah.
But there's something about that short line that makes me wonder.
Your favorite YouTube commenter, Beringer fan, writes, agree with you, John. Smurf turf is very difficult on the eyes.
I hate it.
Oh, poor Beringer fan and John, their eyes hurt.
It's stupid. It's stupid. I would light that stadium on fire if I
John, that's vandalism. You always talk about tearing out goalposts is vandalism.
It's called euthanasia. It's getting getting rid of something that needs to be gotten rid of.
Whoa. That's the over.
No, the Smurf turf is horrible.
Oh, okay.
The Smurf turf is horrible.
Bayman agrees with you. It's the worst. The worst. I don't hate it.
Well, you know what? I'll relegate that to the smallest TV possible so that I can watch our Army take on Tulane. Now, wouldn't it be funny? Let's say let's say UNLV wins a close, ugly, controversial game, and our Army marches in and smashes Tulane. Could Army leapfrog UNLV and get the playoff spot?
I mentioned it the other day that,
Highly unlikely.
yes, that they need a lot of help. I don't think that they have a chance to make it to the playoff. If Tulane had won last weekend, I think that this could have been a game.
Well, if Tulane had won, then Tulane's in position. If Boise had lost,
Boise would fall. But it would be interesting to see how they would have handled that on the Army perspective, because it would have been a win over a top 25 team.
That's true.
But no, I don't think that they're going to have a chance.
There's also Marshall and Louisiana in the Sun Belt.
And that's tonight, or is that tomorrow?
That is. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's tomorrow night.
That is tomorrow. I did mention the 3 games already.
Yeah. The other one is Jacksonville State. The home, they're playing Western Kentucky. Jacksonville State, are they maybe losing their coach to West Virginia? We will find out in the coming days.
And the other Group of 5 championship is also tomorrow noon on ESPN. It's Miami of Ohio versus Ohio. The winner gets to keep the Ohio moniker.
How about the fact that Ohio, never has won a conference championship? Frank Solich, as good as he was there, he never won it. The program still hasn't won it. I think that Miami of Ohio is the pick here. I think that they're going to win the conference. But, yeah, that'll be going on opposite of the Big 12 championship tomorrow.
It is a One Beer Friday.
Let's go.
And we are all here in our parking lot at 50th and Dodge, stuffing the truck for toys for Tots. And nothing goes better than charity and being charitable to those less fortunate than having a beer while you do it.
It's pretty nice. I can't wait. I'm going to go in and grab them for us. So you just guys got to let me know what you want.
So that's coming up next.
And then we have a gift card to give away, Nick, from our friends at Cross Drain. So let us know what you're drinking.
Yep, let us know what you're drinking. Put it in the YouTube.
Feel free. I don't think you can post photos in there.
No, you can't. But you can go to the at USC 1620, which is the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday.
Yeah.
Show us a pic of what you are drinking this weekend. You will not be disappointed this weekend. The Huskers are not here to disappoint you on the football field.
Oh, that's true. And the Cowboys don't play on national television on Sunday, so you don't have to worry about that either, because they do on Monday. But that's not the weekend anymore. You can say I have a case of the Mondays because I have to watch the Cowboys.
Well, One Beer Friday is next, and we will be back with that. We'll preview the big boy championships, including the Clones. Clones going for a first conference title in over 100 years and a chance to get into the playoff. We'll look at all of those games and continue from our parking lot at 50th and Dodge with Stuff the Truck, Toys for Tots, 1620 The Zone. But first, a word from my friends with On the Line. If you go to athleticsontheline.com, you can find a new fun way to help give to your favorite school's NIL fund so you can retain and recruit the best student athletes. So instead of just making a flat donation, try it this way. You go to athleticsontheline.com. You pick your favorite school. Creighton is partnering with them. Nebraska is partnering with On the Line. Omaha is partnering with On the Line. Pick a favorite metric. It could be number of wins. It could be number of points by your favorite player, or rebounds. Whatever the case may be, pick any measurable metric and then just plug in a dollar amount. Hey, I want to donate $1 for every point for my favorite player, or I want to donate $10 for every win, whatever the case may be. And those funds will be sent straight to your favorite team's NIL collective. It's so simple. Just go to athleticsontheline.com. That's athleticsontheline.com. You can gamify your giving, have fun while you do it, support your favorite school so that they can retain and recruit the best student athletes. It's athleticsontheline.com.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next week.
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
It's a cross-strain One Beer Friday brought to you by Cross-Strain Brewing. And welcome to the weekend, the first weekend of December.
And we were talking about it during the break. Nick was like, so what segment do we usually do here? Is it the Echo? Is it... What was the other one that you brought up?
The radar graph.
And I was like, no, those are Thursday segments.
And they're now gone.
And this segment was normally betting trends. All that's gone. Though,
keys to the game.
In
Key Party, that's right.
2 weeks, we will be here for actually what will be our penultimate show of the year. But it'll feel like the last show. Because
Not here, not outside.
No, we're going to be inside. And because that will be kind of that'll be the last show before the bowl game, assuming they're in NYC.
Sure.
We can do all the trends there. We can do bowl trends, even though we're going to have to go back a long ways.
Tips and trends.
Well, and guess what? None of the numbers will matter because all the players will be different.
That's true. Who will be on the field for Nebraska?
Nice. But it is a One Beer Friday. Cross-Strain Brewing. Send us a pic of what you're having this weekend. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Send it to us in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Nick, at some point when he gets a chance, we'll jump into your DMs and might reward you with a $25 gift card to Cross-Strain.
Lovely.
We got the Cole Strain and the Rising Hope IPA.
Oh, yeah.
Delicious.
Which are two of the many different great varieties you can find from Cross-Strain, either at their two different facilities, the Vista downtown, or wherever you buy your favorite beer, because Cross-Strain is everywhere.
That one off of Portal Road.
Great.
Portal.
Great.
Road.
Oh, nice, Nick. They should do something for players going into the portal.
They should. Call it the Hasta Luego.
There you go. Oh, that's a great idea.
Well, most beers act like the transfer portal. They go in, and a few minutes later, they come back out.
That's true. People forget.
That's called breaking the seal.
Nice.
Yes, it is. But we've got the Big Boy Conference Championship games. One of them definitely is win and in, lose and done. Another one might be, and the other two,
seeding.
The other two, it's really about seeding, but you feel that both teams that are playing in the game are going to be in it anyway. And we need to start with the Big 12 championship game.
Because this is winning in, losing your season
Because this is
done.
winning in, and it's the one team. It's the one team from around here that I think we can all get behind. We can all
Arizona
get behind
State.
the Clones.
Oh,
no,
devil worshiper.
No, we are not getting behind Arizona State. We are getting behind the Clones.
Clowns.
1912 was
We
the
love
last time
Iowa, don't
that
we?
Iowa State.
No.
Hey, check that out. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 planes.
Oh, Chance, get out.
There are a lot of planes.
A lot of planes.
This is an awesome game.
Another one
This
right there, too.
This is an awesome game. Of course, it'll be early tomorrow, 11 a.m. on ABC from Jarrah World. And it always seems like, unless it's when Oklahoma was just smashing everybody, it always seems like this game gives us the best game.
Dude, the one that
A
I
lot
think
of
about
years.
from recent years is 3 years ago this weekend in the Big 12 championship game. It was Oklahoma State versus Baylor.
Yeah.
And remember that Oklahoma
the goal
State
line stand.
Yes, was maybe playing for a playoff spot. They ended up not scoring. Baylor gets a conference championship under Dave Aranda, and everyone's like, oh, my gosh, he was my number one candidate for the Nebraska job. Oopsies. Happy they didn't go with it. Well, who knows? I mean, not like Rule's been a world beater, but you're right, man. We have had some super memorable games. Of course, TCU, Kansas State 2 years ago was ridiculous in how that game ended. A lot on the line, obviously. I mean, this game has the stakes. You have Iowa State, and we've talked about them all week long, hasn't won a conference championship in over a century. Meanwhile, Arizona State, they were horrible last season. They were 3-9. They make a move to this league. No way that they're going to be in this moment, right? No, with one of the youngest coaches in college football, and Kenny Dillingham, they are here. That
his
said,
last name's Dillingham?
His last name is indeed Dillingham. He's
Nice.
he's barely older than you, Nick. He's like 33.
Oh, he looks like a Dillingham.
Nice.
Wow.
Now, the issue in this game is that Arizona State is without one of their better receivers, and you wonder if that ultimately gives Iowa State the edge in this matchup.
Yes, that is true, but
they
you
are.
also have one of the best names in college football.
Yes, you
Cam Scatabo running the rock for Arizona State. But I think the key to this game is Rocco Beck from Iowa State, because when you look at the
What a
front
name.
half of the season, it's another great name. This is an all-name team.
Nice.
First 6 games, last 6 games. His passing grade has gone from nearly 78 to 59. His big-time throws have reduced, but his turnover-worthy plays have gone up. In the first 6 games, Rocco Beck had 4 turnover-worthy plays. In the last 6 games, that number is 14.
Yikes.
They have been pressing their luck, which was a reason why they were undefeated up until a few weeks ago, and then lost a couple of games.
Lost 2 in a row. We thought that they might be done.
Thought they might be done. They were able to get back into the race. So can't play with fire here. No. Iowa State cannot play with fire.
Oh, nice, because Devils.
Well, that is true.
Hell.
Devils and hell. But I think this will be a great matchup. Scatabo, one of the best running backs in yards after contact.
Yeah, he's been awesome this year, man.
970 yards after contact and a good receiving threat.
Yeah, what are we talking about here? Probably the
yards.
third best running back in the sport, right? Behind Johnson at Iowa, and then obviously Ashton Genty as well. So, I mean, he's up there. He's had a really good season. The player I mentioned, by the way, earlier, Jordan Tyson, he is out with an injury, and he tops a lot of the charts in terms of what Arizona State has to offer. And so you wonder how they lean on Scatabo and what that means for the run game and what it just means for the offense in general. Are they too one-dimensional in this game with Iowa State?
At 3 o'clock on ABC, all by its lonesome, Texas and Georgia. Yes, it's another rematch. So you have UNLV Boise, which is a rematch. You have Texas, Georgia, which is a rematch. And this was the game in which Georgia looked like Georgia. Because remember, going into that game, it was all about Texas. Man, even though they hadn't.
We had talked about them. They had looked like maybe the most complete team in college football. And
got crushed at home.
And like, there's a few things from that
Never
game.
win that game.
So first of all, like, that for me was the start of just being really concerned with their offense. And I'm very concerned with Texas's offense. But the big problem with that game, of course, was all of the short fields.
Yeah.
We talked about it with Todd Furman yesterday. Go back and look at the drive chart for Georgia. Outside of their last drive, and honestly, man, that was when they needed it because Texas had made the game interesting. They went 89 yards. Otherwise, it was all sorts of short drives deep into Texas territory when they took over the football. Texas has to feel like they shot themselves in the foot in that game. Meanwhile, it's not, John, like Georgia's been a super consistent team since that game either. They have been incredibly inconsistent. They almost lost to Georgia Tech last week, which if that happens, maybe they are playing for their playoff lives this week as well. I'm going to tease my hot take for next week for Tuesday's segment. I don't know if Quinn Ewers is the guy, man. I'm interested to see how Texas uses Arch. They used his legs last week in the game versus Texas A&M. He scores. They don't call it a touchdown on the field. They review it. They give him the touchdown. That guy is massive, and he's faster than what you would expect a Manning to be. I want to see him a little bit more tomorrow and what that would look like. And I think as long as Texas isn't stupid, that this is a game that they can very much win and not do so comfortably, but, do so okay.
I do wonder if Texas in the rematch is going to change things up a bit on the defensive side.
Yeah.
This is a team that does not run a lot of man. They're pretty basic on defense. But when you look at Georgia is 84th in the nation in receiving grade versus man coverage. Beck owns a 76 passing grade against man coverage. The Longhorns don't typically run a lot of man coverage. You wonder if they might switch things up here to try to force Carson Beck into maybe making different decisions because he's seeing different coverages. Also, Texas is not a team that blitzes at a high rate. Yet, the Carson Beck's numbers against the blitz are far worse than when facing normal pressure. And so you wonder if Texas is going to try to take more chances. Because if you're Texas, you know you're in. You know you're in. Georgia more than likely is in too.
Both teams are in, yeah.
But if you're Texas and you want to guarantee that bye, you want to get that first-round bye, you want that SEC championship, it might be worth it to try to getting out of your comfort zone, doing something different, giving Georgia a different look, and spoil everybody's party.
Yeah.
Because just as Oregon is trying to walk into the Big Ten in year one and say, look at us, Texas is trying to do the same thing. And how many times have we seen Texas on this stage in conference championship games and they don't get it done? I think this is a moment for Texas to make a statement here, and we'll see if they're willing to do it. It's a Georgia team that is very, very vulnerable. But I think Texas has to change up some things on defense if they're going to be able to do it.
Well, the funny thing, too, is like Texas actually, when they get to the conference championship game, is usually successful. It's blowing the other games that they have had an issue with. You mentioned Beck. Man, like, it's crazy to have two national championship contenders loaded with talent. I don't trust either of these starting quarterbacks right now, Quinn Ewers or Carson Beck. I don't trust either of those guys.
And if you're Georgia, too, you're probably in a spot where you win, you're obviously getting a bye. You lose, you might be going on the road.
Yeah, Texas, it'll be interesting.
Playoff,
it'd be interesting to see
round.
Texas versus like Oregon or Texas versus Notre Dame or Texas versus Penn State for the 5 seed. Georgia is definitely not the 5 if they lose. They're not the 5 right now, so they need to win this game.
Georgia literally could be a team that gets a bye or goes on the road in the first round.
It's a great point. It's like that matters, right? Like that going on the road versus hosting versus getting a bye, that stuff is really big time in this game. Really big time in this game.
And similar circumstances for the Big Ten, though. Oregon and Penn State are in even higher spots because Oregon's number 1, Penn State is number 3.
Yeah, and so here's another one. Okay, Oregon wins. Obviously, we know what happens. If Oregon loses, I think they're the 5. I think lockstep they're the 5 because they have been the most consistent, dominant team throughout the entire year. Penn State loses. Don't really know exactly. I think a Penn State loss and a Texas win would mean Oregon is the 5, but we'll see ultimately what happens.
Yeah, I would be stunned if Penn State is the 5 seed if they lose because
what win would they have?
Well, exactly, they wouldn't have a great win. And their resume's a little flimsy.
They'd have too long. But I guess we'll find out how much the committee is or isn't going to punish you for losing in a conference championship.
See, I think they will punish teams for seeding purposes,
but not in terms of kicking them out.
But maybe not in terms of kicking them out. Now, SMU is going to be the ultimate test here.
Yeah.
But with Oregon and Penn State, again, I have been. This may be my Penn State dislike going back 40 years. I just don't see why this game looks so tight. I think Oregon is just a much more consistent team.
They have been all year.
I don't trust Drew Aller.
No, same.
I think Penn State's defense is good.
They have Abdul Carter. He's been awesome.
When they're playing opponents. But look at what Ohio State did.
Yeah.
Ohio State
really
won that game by multiple scores. Ohio State gifted Penn State an early lead. But they dominated.
Then Will Howard had the fumble going into the end zone.
But they dominated. They dominated that game. I mean, Penn State could not get off the field, and I think Oregon's going to give them a similar issue. And I'm really surprised that this line is so short. Now this is the reason why I don't bet.
Yeah.
But I think of all these major conference championship games, I think this is the one that has the best chance of giving us a blowout.
Yeah, and so the other thing, too, is it's indoors, right? And so you figure that's going to help both offenses. Oregon has just been so damn good. Now, Abdul Carter's had a great year for Penn State, 47 pressures, 38 quarterback hurries, 24 run stuffs. He has been awesome on that side of the ball. But Oregon has started to get healthier. We saw Tez Johnson return versus Washington. It's not like he was excellent in that game. He had a few touches, but he has missed he missed a few games in there. And I know I've said it once or twice this week, but Oregon had 8 straight games where they didn't play. They didn't have an off week. All of them were against Power 4 teams. They crisscrossed the country 3 times in 5 weeks. And I think ultimately that caught up with them versus Wisconsin. But they were off ahead of Washington. They went in there. They destroyed Washington. You know that this team would love to come in year 1 of the Big Ten after hearing all the Pac-12 soft stuff for years and win the conference championship. There continues to be a part of me that believes we will get to January 20th and they will be in that game and they will lift up the trophy and we will say, man, we tried to find all of these other teams to like during the season when the obvious best team was there in front of our eyes. And I say that as someone who picked the Ducks to win the national championship, has long enjoyed their style of play and thinks that Dan Lanning is one of the best coaches in the country. So I'm like, what is it? What am I missing with this team? And I sometimes do think it's Dylan Gabriel. He has had some brutal red zone turnovers this year. And so if you want to find a reason that Penn State makes it interesting, John, and that you're like, thank God I didn't bet on the game, I would say that is what I would watch for. Him being too aggressive or, and I love this about Dan Lanning, but a 4th down conversion that doesn't go their way, and suddenly Penn State has the ball, and everyone's like, why didn't you just kick the field goal? Or why didn't you just punt the ball? That said, they're the better team. And so I like Oregon in this one too.
And then there's the game, and maybe for the first time in a long time, the ACC championship game has more intrigue than most of the others. And it's more because of what we don't know of what the committee is going to do. You've got SMU, who currently is in the field. If the season ended today, they would be in the field. Clemson would not. Clemson has to win. It's the only way they get in the playoff. With SMU, we don't know. And this is where the biggest controversy could end up happening Sunday morning when the field is announced, should the Mustangs lose. So with that said, there's a lot of intrigue about this game. Plus, you've got SMU. I mean, for people of my age, and older, the thought of SMU being in this spot almost seems unfathomable, given that they were given the death penalty and they thought this program was left for dead. And now the Mustangs,
it's pretty cool,
reliving the exploits of the Pony Express. People forget back in the early 80s, they were a top 3 rated program.
Seriously, you watch that documentary and you're like, wow, I can't imagine a world where SMU is good. And now here they are. And again, in year 1. Of all the moves, all of them are impressive, in my opinion. Texas making it, Oregon making it, Arizona State making it. This, though, is the one that is most impressive. They were a G5 team, and I know their schedule. And this is what this game comes down to for me. Their schedule, they avoided all the good teams, and so they didn't have to – both of these teams did, right? Neither of them had to deal with Miami. We know that Florida State's a tire fire, et cetera, et cetera. And so how does that show itself? Clemson has been here before. Their head coach has been here before. Cade Klubnik, I believe he was a backup when they last were. Like, they have been here before. Mm-hmm. SMU has not. And yet they're the short favorite in this game.
I think they're the favorite because that defensive front is deep. They got a great defensive front. They have 5 different linemen that have at least 30 pressures and 4 sacks. And if you look at the common denominator in Clemson's losses this year, in 5 games this year, Clemson has been held to 24 points or less. They lost 3 of those games. And in all 5 of those games, they had their lowest pass blocking grades of the year. If SMU is able to get pressure, it's going to be a long day. This is where I think this game is going to be won or lost for both of these squads, is whether or not SMU can get some pressure. And then, we talk about, great running backs, and you've got Scattaboo and you've got Genty playing in this weekend.
Yeah.
But you also have Rashard Smith of Clemson, he's got a Pro Football Focus grade of 91.5. That's 3rd among all tailbacks in the nation. So being able to run the football for Clemson using Smith will be critical in this game. So it's a fascinating game because certainly Clemson with the experience, could end up winning this. I think SMU with their defensive front certainly could win this. But then there's all of the intrigue behind it of, well, what if SMU loses?
Yep.
And I think, personally, I think SMU stays in the field.
So you think Bama misses if SMU loses?
But if they get run off the field.
Yeah, they can't get run off the field.
If they lose by 3 or more scores.
They have to keep it close.
They are going to be in trouble because it's not like Clemson has got this great resume. Clemson, when
every time they play a good team, they lose.
They got crushed by Georgia, and so people are going to use that against them. And I think the committee is going to use Clemson's loss to Georgia as a justification for keeping SMU out, especially if SMU does not stay competitive with Clemson. I think there'll be a little bit of grace if they lose, but if they lose a multi-possession game, SMU, I think, will be out.
So Max writes, my thing with this game, the committee set precedent with TCU in 2022. Lost the Big 12 championship, but were kept in. It would be crazy to all of a sudden punish a team for this. So two things. A, that was in the former playoff format. So, it's hard to do a total one-to-one comparison. But the other thing is this. So they went into that game. They were ranked third. They lost in overtime to Kansas State, who went into that game ranked 10th. Behind them, USC lost. And then all the other teams weren't playing. Ohio State didn't play. Alabama didn't play. Tennessee didn't play. Penn State didn't play. And I didn't think that the committee was going to, and they didn't put a 2-loss team in over a team that had been undefeated and only lost because they had to play in the conference championship game. If USC would have won, I think TCU would have missed it, and Ohio State would have gotten in above them. This game, it is different, right?
It's different.
And TCU also, if I remember right, they had some ranked wins on their ledger.
They did.
That's the issue
with
SMU.
They had a decent resume that year.
I hope you're right. I've been saying that all season, that I don't think that a loser of a conference championship game, assuming that they are inside of whatever threshold you need to be in, is going to get dropped off. They come into this weekend ranked 8th. That should be in comfortably, because right now it is the top 11 are getting in, and then the winner of the Big 12, and that team currently is ranked 15th in Arizona State. So, they should have enough cushion. But to go back to your point, if you give the committee reason to keep you out because you lost by 3 touchdowns, dude, I want to feel bad for you, but you control it right now. Just I know it's simplistic, John, but it's you don't want to miss it. Don't lose by 3 touchdowns. Just win the game. Just win the game. And I know easier said than done, right? But if you want to make the playoff, beat Clemson tomorrow, and let's not even have to worry about this stuff.
All right, we've got more coming up here on 1620 The Zone. Content is back on Fridays.
What?
Folks? And
I can talk again.
The King is back.
Sad.
Elvis?
5 in a row, baby. 5 in a row. And we start a new round of predictions. Also, what's for dinner? We are outside in our parking lot at 50th and Dodge. Because they're doing – what the hell are they building down the road that's blocking traffic down there? Some garish monstrosity. Anyway, the traffic always gets backed up if you're headed towards downtown here in front of our studios at 50th and Dodge. Well, the good news is you can turn in off of Dodge and drop off your toy for 2 men in a truck. With 2 men in a truck, our Toys for Tots. Just drop it off. We'll come pick it up. You don't even have to get out of your car. Just tell Nick, ich bin mir Liner, and he'll take care of you. But, do that and give us a great Toys for Tots gift for one of the kids who are less fortunate this Christmas season. We're here thanks to Molina Healthcare, also for Woodhouse Chevrolet, for sponsoring this year's Stuff the Truck with Toys for Tots. Some content and Dan Campbell.
Nice.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Hey, someone just drove their brand new Chevrolet in to drop off Toys for Tots while we have all these beautiful new electric vehicles from Woodhouse Chevy in our parking lot here for Toys for Tots.
Nice.
How deliciously
Delicious.
convenient or coincidental.
Nice.
It is time for content, and once again, Clone Nick is back.
I don't know which camera to look at.
There was a comment earlier that was like, I'm getting tripped out that he's above Josh's right shoulder and John's left shoulder.
It's because he's cloned.
But but they were saying that he was above the opposite shoulders. No, he's above my left and John's right. We're in the middle. See, here's my hand.
Yeah.
I want to shake his hand.
I want to shake his hand.
Exactly.
All right.
Take it away.
Hey, guys.
Yep.
Was last night's game the best of the season in the NFL? Bonus question: will we see a third Detroit Green Bay game in the playoffs?
All right, yeah. So let's pour one out for our very sad Packer fans in the audience,
especially Joey.
The answer is hell yes. It was the game of the year, man. We're now getting to the point where games have true stakes, and we recognize it in the moment. So you had that going for it. You had a great environment. You have a matchup of divisional foes, so they're going to know each other. And you had great plays, decisions by the coaches, including Dan Campbell, multiple fourth downs, and it goes down to the wire. Just a tremendous football game. Tremendous.
I mean, you misspoke. You missaid
What did I
Rams
say?
49ers. That was the game of the year.
What game? When was that?
Like week 3 when we beat the 49ers.
Oh,
Over mine. It was great. No, but all seriously, it was a very entertaining game. But all of the takes about the decision by Dan Campbell with roughly 40 seconds left, he had it fourth and about a foot. They were in field goal range to take the lead, and Campbell decides to go for it in an effort not to get it closer for his kicker, but to get the first down, to have the ability to run out the clock so that the kick would be the last play of the game. And it kind of surprised me in this day and age of, coaches being more willing to go for it and analytics, that this was so hotly debated. If you're watching it on the YouTube stream, I've got a variety of different tweets from folks who were watching this game last night. Emmanuel Acho of Fox was just incensed. He was like, make it make sense. The Lions' chances of winning dropped by 3% when Dan Campbell went for it on fourth down. James Corrigan wrote, Dan Campbell is the reason the Lions are 11-1. Dan Campbell's also the reason the Lions will not win the Super Bowl. I mean, as I'm watching the game, and maybe it's part because I know what he's going to do. He's Dan Campbell.
And they weren't talking about it. It was so wild.
But I didn't disagree with the decision because you've got an opportunity
to end the game. How did people not understand that? Like, I guess the numbers say that they dropped by a 3% chance, but they also, when they converted it, it went up to a 100% chance that they were going to win the game. Like, that's why they did it. They didn't just want a field goal to take the lead. They wanted the field goal at the buzzer.
My only problem was, why didn't they just sneak it? I mean,
well, they had talked about it earlier in the broadcast that the Packers were bringing their defensive line in, and so the sneak essentially was going away, so they had to run it off the tackle.
I disagree. I think you could still sneak it. You're talking about a foot, and I've seen, having Jared Goff formerly as my quarterback, I've seen him sneak it. I know he can do it.
Well, he did it early in the game. It's just that the Packers started playing him in close.
Sure, but either way, that I had more problem with that than I did with the decision.
Well, and then he trips.
The decision to go for it. He almost tripped and fell.
Absolutely wild. Imagine if that happened in college. He would have been down because his knee was down when he handed the ball off.
But this is what Dan Campbell is, and this is what Dan Campbell does. And, yeah, maybe it will come down to one of these weird decisions that ends up costing him a playoff game. It may happen. You could argue it happened to him last year in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, no matter what, they are going to win or lose. When their season ends or they just win the whole thing, there will be an important fourth down decision.
Sure.
Probably in every single game that they play in the playoffs, at least the ones that are close.
All right, well, beyond that, after the game, Dan, of course, they do the coaches, coach doing the post-game talk, and a lot of the teams like to tweet out the post-game talk.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I only saw the part of it that was aired on Amazon Prime during their post-game show. What I didn't see was this part. And Dan Skinner, one of the offensive linemen for the Lions, was off in the corner, kind of hunched over,
pulling a Josh Hudson,
a container. And in the middle of his speech, Dan Campbell acknowledges the fact that maybe one of his players is yakking.
Offense, that's a way to step up, man. That's a way to step up. There you go, Skip. Keep throwing up, whatever you're doing over there. Put a freaking land on the line. Guys, I'm so freaking proud of you, man.
Classic.
There you go.
What a coach. What a coach.
I mean, how do you not? Listen, Joey, I get it. He's a rival, so I get why you would hate him. But if you have
I can't hate him. I can't hate him.
Nice.
He is a breath of fresh air. He is so. You would expect Nick's coach, geeky nerd boy.
I love him.
To be the guy to always go for it and do all those things. Dan Campbell talks and looks like a football guy. I'm a football guy. 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Blah, blah. And he is not. He is the antithesis of what he looks and sounds like.
Oh, yeah. And you played for the Cowboys?
I did. But
sad.
But
he could have been my king.
He's so fun to watch, and his team is fun to watch. His spirit, the emotion, everything, the whole biting the kneecaps. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you can't like this Lions.
He's awesome.
They're a great watch.
Oh, yeah.
So we mentioned it in passing yesterday, but let's follow up on this. Will anything actually come to fruition with Bill Belichick and North Carolina Tar Heels coaching job?
So there was more reporting on this today. Apparently, one of the guarantees that he wants that they are willing to give him is his son, Steve Belichick, being his DC, which of all the things, John, that continue to surprise me as we get further away from the Belichick dynasty is like that he is just so about his guys and his son. Like, it's just like, man, like, I don't know. I feel like you sucked a lot at the end because of that type of stuff. I don't think that he is going to go to college football.
No.
He wants to coach again, yes. I think we all agree with that. No offense, but it's like the purpose of him coaching again, not just to prove people wrong that he's past his prime. He wants the record. He wants the Shula record. You can't get that in college football. So there's no way he's going to go to college football. And there's no way he's going to go to North Carolina.
No. This is. I mean, just trying to get your name out there, I guess. Trying to make attention. Maybe trying to make yourself seem more valuable to the doubters that are in the NFL that don't want him back in. No, this would not be a good move. He's a great football mind, but someone like him walking into college football with everything that is so different about the sport and how it operates, and then having to coddle these people and keep them happy. I mean, can you imagine Bill Belichick, who was also the general manager of the Patriots, having to deal with 85 free agents on his roster and free agents that could leave at a moment's notice? No, this ain't happening.
Hilarious.
The NBA will return to China for the first time since 2019 with two preseason games. And is it Macau?
You tell us.
Macau, probably, between the Brooklyn Nets and the Phoenix Suns in October. Sources told ESPN on Thursday. Is this how we fix our relationship with the country that gave us TikTok?
Well, I mean, this much we know. We know that players will again be kept from saying anything bad about China like they have been traditionally in the NBA. No, this isn't going to heal U.S.-Chinese relations. But
will you download TikTok now?
No. Okay. Hell no. No. You'd have to pay me a lot.
Oh. Let's get John an endorsement for TikTok.
Interesting.
I said a lot.
John Bishop here for TikTok.
It's going to be a lot.
Nice.
A lot. Yeah. No. But congratulations. At least the NBA's players and owners can go back to being propagandists for the Chinese government because now they're back in bed together.
It's the last college football weekend with more than 4 games that actually matter.
That's not true. We're gonna have a playoff weekend with 4 games.
But this last one with more than 4 games. You missed the qualifier. More than.
Oh, well.
Great question, Nick. Keep going.
This is
How
a
are you
terrible
guys
question.
going to mourn this week?
I'm going to celebrate it by watching these games and being able to focus on these games instead of having all this other silly distraction of, everybody switching over to ESPNU because because Appalachian State
What
is
is
within
this?
3 points, and
See,
I don't care.
John's not going to beat the allegations that he hates college football. I'm house sitting this weekend. My parents left me some dinner money. I'm going to mourn by eating delicious chicken wings, and I'm very excited. Maybe a pork tenderloin sandwich too, Nick.
Nice.
People forget there's still 2 months of football remaining.
Not of college, though, John.
Well,
Just
there's
a
still
month and a
there's
half
still
of college.
a month and a half. Oh my God, 7 weeks.
That's all I got.
That's all he's got.
5 questions. What is this, Nick?
I've been busy.
Easy.
Well, that's okay because we need to
Predictions?
get to predictions.
Let's do it.
Because we start a brand new round, and your 5-time champion.
Garbage. By the way, don't forget,
Cross-train.
One Beer Friday, brought to you by Cross Train. We got some photos coming in from various friends of the Grum about what they are drinking. Amazing Daniel. He is having a Daycation IPA.
Where's that from?
Well,
Because he's not of us anymore.
No,
he lives
he's in
elsewhere.
North Carolina.
Highland Brewing. It's from Asheville, North Carolina.
Okay,
Hope
that looks
all of our
that's a
friends
nice
out
looking
in
can.
Asheville are doing well. Paul is enjoying the
A Cross
inflatable
Train.
snowman from Cross
I've
Train.
had that one before.
El Scorcho, a Mosaic Mamba from Toppling Goliath, and others. So
and others.
let us know what you're drinking.
Yeah, send us a pic of what you're drinking, and Nick will crawl into your DMs and award somebody with a $25 gift card.
I don't
to
like the word crawl.
That's what you do,
Cross
Nick.
Train.
They see you and they're like, "Oh, stop crawling
Can I
my way."
scamper? Can I scamper into their DMs?
No, you crawl and then you scamper away is what you do.
No.
Yep, that's how you are, Nick.
You know what you can do, Nick?
Here we go.
You can resurrect yourself into someone's DMs.
It's cool.
Jesus, Nick.
You can't see me, but you can hear me, and it looks like my voice is coming out of Jesus me.
Nice.
Look at that. Hello, everybody.
It's Jesus, Nick.
Hello.
We are here in our parking lot at 50th and Dodge. Please stop by, drop off a new unwrapped toy for Toys for Tots. And if you can't make it tonight, because we're going to be closing up shop here in another half hour or so, if you can't make it tonight, you can drop off a new unwrapped toy tomorrow. There we go. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, that's our boss, I think.
Oh, well. You're not supposed to drive through there.
We're on the air.
We're on the air, people. But please drop off a new unwrapped toy. If you can't do it tonight, do it tomorrow in the afternoon. It's brought to you by Molina Healthcare, Woodhouse Chevrolet, 2 Men in a Truck, the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve, and 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
At the beginning of November, Josh was 10 games ahead in predictions.
Sad.
But slowly but surely, the king rose from the ashes and came back and actually took a 10-point lead before last week. And while I gave up some of those points last week, your winner of round one.
Yeah, I thought this was the last week.
It has always been the Black Friday weekend that has been the end of that round of predictions. Now we are in the shortest round of predictions because this round, and listen carefully,
it goes through the Super Bowl.
Goes through the Super Bowl.
Famously, this is last year when I had to shave my beard.
I think when we
Oh,
made
that's
that,
right.
I think we made that bet right here.
Yes, we did.
Because I guess it would have been conference championship game last year. There's no bet. I am done with making any proclamation.
Neither of you guys need to be doing any bets because I have now won 5 rounds in a row.
This is garbage.
I am so great. I am so great.
You're not that great.
I am the best. But anyway,
people say you're dumb.
Yeah, and those people are dumb.
Nice.
Anyway, it's time for a new round of predictions. These were the final
Oh,
records.
we don't need that. We already talked about it.
By the way, Nick, who finished a very distant last, man, if it hadn't been for the new upset of the week that we introduced.
And so we're done with that now, right?
If we want to bring it.
I think we should keep it because a 7.5-point dog in basketball is still a large point dog in basketball.
I don't have it in this week's, but
so
we'll
bring it back next week.
Bring it back next week if we want to.
Cool. See, and this also is the bummer of this selection of predictions because you're going to be gone a lot now over the next few months, but we'll figure it out. We'll be all right.
All right, so here we go. We're going to start with basketball.
Do you care about a real line on this, John? Because we do have actual lines now for this game if you want, and you will only have to adjust it a tiny, tiny bit, but it is plus. Oh, wow, it's plus 5.5 now if we want to do that.
Well, that actually makes it easier, and then we don't have to worry about a push.
Correct.
So, hang on a second. I'll add it to my sheet. So it's Nebraska plus 5.5 at Michigan State. I will.
Ruining all my hard work.
Blowing to my heart.
Sorry, Nick. You did a great job. I like this graphic.
Thank
the
you.
green with the red pops. It looks like Christmas time.
Last weakness takes, they were blue. This one's green now.
I like it.
Michigan State can't shoot the 3. Nebraska.
Give me the Skurs, and the wrong team might be favored.
I'll try to sneak a point.
Michigan State it is.
John,
for
I'll
Nick.
handle this. You can handle the typing.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and you handle the graphic.
Yeah.
Who leads the Blue Jays in scoring tomorrow? Of course, we'll be on the air at 1 o'clock with Blue Jays shoot-around with Austin Jacobson. We'll take over from courtside at 2:30, tip-off at 3. The Jays and UNLV. Who leads the Blue Jays in scoring, Josh?
I said his name earlier. I've got the black lung. Pop.
Nick?
Nice. I will also go with Pop.
Wow, it's a clean sweep.
Alrighty.
He has led the Jays in scoring in 3 out of the last 4 games.
Well,
So,
there's no line here, Nick.
You know what?
Did we?
I forgot to attach lines when I sent. So give me some lines, Josh.
All right, here we go.
UNLV at Boise.
Honestly, I thought these were just going to be straight up picks.
No, we would never do that.
No,
Boise State minus 4.5, John.
So UNLV plus 4.5. Nick against Boise.
Give me Boise. I didn't know if John was just trying to spice it up.
No, I was busy today. I'm going to go with the Rebels.
Rebel.
Plus the 4.5.
I am too.
UNLV it is. Ashton Genty, his rushing yards, over or under 170.5. Give me the undies.
Yeah, that's a lot of yards. I'm going to go under as well.
That is an uncomfortable amount of yards. I'll take the under.
Damn it, so much agreement. All right, the Big 12 line between Arizona State and Iowa State is Iowa State plus 1.5.
Oh, my God.
So Arizona State is the 1.5 point
That line
favorite.
has moved, hasn't it? Wasn't it at 2.5 or 3.5 earlier this week?
I thought it was.
I like the Clones in this one. I think that the wrong team is favored. Give me Iowa State to go to the college football playoff.
Iowa boy.
Absolutely give me Iowa State. Are you kidding?
It's a clean sweep. We root for the Clones here. Wide right and natty light. Go Iowa State over Arizona State. Cam Scatabo rushing yards. 119.5. Nick?
I'll take the over.
Slight over.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the over.
Dang, too much agreement.
We got Texas, Georgia. I believe this was a 3-point line, right?
2.5. Georgia plus 2.5 versus Texas.
So Texas is the favorite, even though it is in Atlanta. And Georgia won the first game in Austin.
Texas
by
is a better team.
2 touchdowns.
Texas is a better team. Texas is going to win. Texas is going to cover. They will be hook 'em in Atlanta, and they will get the, well, I don't want to spoil my Big Ten pick. They will get a 1 or a 2 seed with their win tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, man. Do I trust Texas in this spot?
They were in this spot last year in the Big 12, and they won by like 30.
Yeah, but they weren't playing Georgia. I hate to do this. Nope, screw it, Georgia.
Oh, what? You're an idiot, John.
Georgia.
Nick?
Oh, I'm going to take Texas because I'm famously not an idiot.
Famously not an idiot, Nick. SMU versus Clemson. This game is in Charlotte. Clemson is plus 2.5, John, in the ACC Championship.
I think SMU is going to erase all doubt, and they win this thing outright, and there won't be that controversy with the committee. Give me the Stangs over the Tigers.
Nick?
Well, I like the Ford Mustang.
All right, we're finally going to disagree. I'm just worried. I'm going to go with my not heart. I'm going to say Clemson. Covers. Maybe SMU wins, but give me Clemson to cover.
It's only a 2.5-point spread.
Hey, they could win by a point, and I'd cover.
Well, they could.
They could. Penn State plus 3.5 in the Big Ten championship game.
Oh, you already know my pick. It's Oregon, and I think Oregon wins by at least 2 scores.
They're so good. Oregon is so good.
It's hard not to pick Oregon.
All right, we're all in agreement yet again.
Will Dylan Gabriel have 30.5 more passing yards than Drew Aller?
Nick, what happened to Aller's head in this graphic? They smushed it.
Yeah,
it's like he was a Mario character.
I'm more worried about Dylan Gabriel. He looks like he's going to murder somebody.
Yeah, well, he's going to murder Drew Aller. Give me Gabriel on the to cover the passing yardage total.
Yep, ditto.
Same.
Wow, too much agreement.
Will SMU, Alabama, or both make the college football playoff field? So I assume we're one of 3 options here. You can pick one school, the other school, or both schools to make the playoff.
Yes,
correct?
okay.
Or
so,
I guess
so
you
here's
could say 0 schools, but I don't think
that wouldn't be. Yeah, I don't think that's
going to
possible.
happen.
So, like, if it's just SMU, that would assume a loss to Clemson, and the committee keeps SMU in over Alabama. If it's both, it is SMU wins and they're both in. If it's just Alabama, you say SMU loses, but the committee goes with Alabama. So I do think all 3 scenarios are possible. You both like SMU to win the conference championship. So I'd assume you guys are both guys, right? Both teams make it?
Yep. Yes.
Give me just SMU. I'm going to try to steal a point here. I'm going to say that the committee is honorable men and I think a woman or 2. I don't remember for sure.
There are a couple.
I can't remember if Condoleezza Rice is
no,
she still there?
No, I don't think she's been on the committee in a long time.
Really? Oh, yeah, she was on the original committee.
I didn't know that. I'm going to need help with this one. I'm having
this
trouble,
one?
Yeah, I have trouble visualizing this.
Okay, the question for those who are listening is who is the 5 seed? So the possibilities, in my opinion, are Oregon with a loss, Notre Dame,
okay,
Texas with a loss. I think those are the 3 teams. I guess Penn State. I don't think Penn State.
Well,
I mean,
the current five is
that doesn't
Notre
really,
Dame, right?
No. I thought they were the 4. Are they the 5?
No, Notre Dame can't be the 4th seed.
No, well, they can be the 4th ranked team, though.
Yeah, but we're talking about the 5th seed.
No, I know, but I mean, where their rank matters too. Georgia is the 5 right now, but Notre Dame is ahead of Georgia, so that doesn't matter because Georgia would slot down, or Notre Dame would slot down to the 5. I'm just talking about pure rankings right now.
Yeah, but the question is who's going to be the 5 seed?
Correct. I know what I'm trying to explain that Notre Dame is ahead of Georgia, but Notre Dame can't be a top 4 seed. So Notre Dame, my point ultimately is this.
All right.
Just give me your pick. So Nick, I think it's one of those 4 teams.
I'll pick Notre Dame.
You'll pick Notre Dame. John?
Thank you.
Let's see. Well, just based on where I'm picking these games.
So you like Oregon to win?
Got Oregon winning.
You like Georgia to win.
I like Georgia.
So in my opinion, John could choose between Penn State. He could choose between Texas.
Penn State, Texas, and Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go Texas.
I'm going Notre Dame with Nick because I think Texas wins, and I also think that Oregon wins, and I think Notre Dame is going to be above Penn State.
Nice.
All right, NFL. Now that we're past Josh's convoluted predictions.
That was a great question for the record. Very fun.
Falcons plus 5.5 at Minnesota.
Dude,
Vikings have been playing some close ones lately, but give me the Vikings.
Yeah, same. They're talking about benching Kirk Cousins right now. That guy was garbage last week.
bad.
That interception he threw into three-man coverage.
I
what
heard
the
about
hell
that.
was he doing,
It was
Nick?
really
Vikings
bad.
for sure.
Vikings. All right.
Too much agreement today.
Well, a lot of agreement. Chargers plus 3.5 at the Chiefs.
Joey, give me the drop, baby. I don't know if you can find it that quickly. I'm betting you can.
Chargers, go.
Joey, you rock. Go Chargers. The wrong team is favored. Second L of the season for the Kansas City Chiefs.
No Dobbins. We don't know if McConkey's going to be healthy.
Harbaugh, baby. Harbaugh.
Harbaugh's a weirdo.
No. The Chiefs will
Oh,
find.
so you're going to pick him because you're a weirdo?
The Chiefs will find yet another way, and I think they actually will cover this one. I'm taking Kansas City.
The Chiefs have sold their souls. They're on devil magic right now.
Okay.
So they're winning when they shouldn't.
Sad Husker fan says Nick's doing the sit-down pee-pee dance. Nick, do you got to go tinkle?
Nah, I tinkled earlier.
All right.
Joe Burrow passing yards on Monday night, over under 270.5.
Give me the under on Slim Burrow.
I'll go over.
Same over.
But, man, how fun it would be if the Cowboys won.
It wouldn't be.
I'd laugh.
And now, this is combined sets lost.
Okay.
Creighton Volleyball plays tonight against Ole Miss for a shot at the Sweet 16.
Okay.
Nebraska has 2 matches. They got Florida A&M tonight, and then they play whoever wins the first match tomorrow. So, I mean, there's a potential here for many sets to be lost.
Well, in theory, you could go like 3 for Creighton tonight, say they lose. You could say 2 for Nebraska and then 3 in the other. So you could have
have a lot.
You could have upwards. That's the max number, and that would be 8.
Yeah.
Or you could have 0.
You could have 0.
Or anything in between.
Combined sets lost between Creighton Volleyball tonight and Nebraska Volleyball both tonight and tomorrow.
And so you have to hit this one exactly to win?
Yep.
2.
5.
1.
Let's go. And that's predictions.
And that's predictions.
That's predictions.
All right. When we come back and wrap things up here from our parking lot, and again, a reminder that tomorrow you can still be here starting, is it noon or is it 1? I forget. I think it's noon.
Nick,
it's in the afternoon.
You're the director of stuff. We're not directors. We're actors.
Video, not
interest, not of times.
I'm not the director of Tots.
All right, we'll stop by tomorrow.
Stop by tomorrow afternoon. You can bring a new unwrapped toy for the Toys for Tots.
Starts
so we
at
can
11.
Make sure
11.
11.
Thank you,
Wow.
Joey.
Noon Eastern.
Noon Eastern, yes, like the television says. What are you doing, John?
John,
Your
what's
junk
happening?
is on camera right now.
Did we just have an accident out here?
Uh-oh. Well, you're
I think we had an accident out here because everyone started running and
Running?
Yeah,
Oh, geez.
I think someone may have hit somebody out there.
Yikes.
Oh.
All right.
Oops. Oh, anyway, we'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Jeez.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, friends, we start with a travel advisory. If you're driving eastbound Dodge between here near in front of our studios at 50th and Dodge, you might want to find a different route. We've had a 2-vehicle fender bender that's also taken out part of a fence.
Oh, boy.
Hopefully nobody is hurt.
Oh, boy.
But a lesson, kids, do not try to cross Dodge if you're not at a traffic light. That's just my travel advisory for the day.
Yeah, you've never done that before. So
Dodge
it's good advice
sucks.
from John. He's never done it a single time ever. What's for dinner?
It's because I'm smart. Well, last night, in honor of pot roast, we had pot roast. And it was delicious, and I loved it. And it was
Bummer,
good.
not medium rare, though.
Wash it down with a
You
nice
don't
tall
eat
glass
pot
of milk.
roast medium rare.
Which is why you don't eat pot roast.
Oh, you are such a fool.
Did you eat it, John?
Fool.
Did you wash it down with a nice tall glass of milk?
Nice, cool Budweiser.
What did I have to drink last night?
Oh, are you going to have one of those fun drinks tonight?
Oh,
Actually,
John.
actually, we are going to have a fun drink. So, by the way, it is happy birthday to my wife.
Oh!
Happy birthday!
I'm not going to make a single joke about age.
Good.
You will, though, right?
No.
How old is she, John? Tell us. Over, under.
But she has discovered a new, it's not a new cocktail, but a cocktail.
Old-fashioned.
Nice.
No, it's called the Sidecar. It was a cocktail that was invented in Paris back in the early 1900s.
Oh, so you
So I
make
went
a
to
bunch
the
of white
store
flag
today.
jokes?
So I went to the store today to buy, because there's brandy and I can't remember the name of the other liqueur, and lemon juice. And she had it at the very expensive Martha Stewart restaurant, and she loved it.
Oh, thanks, Martha Stewart.
So I went and bought her the ingredients for the Sidecar, and we're going to have
Cognac,
sidecars.
triple sec, and lemon juice?
Wow.
It wasn't triple sec. It was a different.
Is it?
Can't remember the name of it, but the
Does it start with a C?
I think so.
Crap, I can't remember. It's like an orange liqueur.
Yes,
It starts with a Cointreau. Was it Cointreau?
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Nice. Shout out to you, John. That sounds fun.
I got the
I'm
advice
gonna have
from
one
the
of those
guy at
fun
the
drinks.
still
Nice.
there in Lincoln.
I had
On
one
a full
last
stomach, right?
Of course, Nick. I'm not an idiot. I'm not a first timer.
Only an idiot would
And I have
do that
no
on
idea
full
what's for
stomach.
dinner tonight.
Yeah, I don't know either. I got to, so I'm house sitting, so I got to go home to my parents' dog, but I want to stop by and walk my dog tonight real quick, and I don't know. I might just get something on the way over to their place. Maybe a wrap. Maybe like a buffalo chicken wrap or something like that. No, I'm going to have wings tomorrow. I don't know.
I'm going
Jimmy
to
John's.
my girlfriend's holiday party tonight for her company.
Oh.
So as soon as I'm done here, I got to tear this
Oh,
down.
she's the one who has those like sweet tickets and stuff. So Nick is going to probably have like, caviar and tartar.
Well, this
tonight.
is. I have to change my shirt and put on dress shoes.
we
for
know.
This place.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, sad Husker fan says ribs. Ribs. I had ribs for lunch.
I
That's
like
why
ribs.
I'm doing this.
Ribs.
Oh, you haven't seen Anchorman, Nick. I forgot.
I once a long time ago.
Good Lord.
Very long time ago. So there you go. That's what Joey. What are you having?
Yeah,
for
Joey,
dinner?
what's for dinner?
Mexican food tonight from Abelardo's.
Let's go,
Hey,
Joey.
Joey for the win.
Haven't had anything since breakfast.
Joey, you need to eat.
We can't afford
I'm
to eat, Josh.
busy. I'm
You
busy.
are, yeah, Joey.
I had
Joey
my-
has been working hard, man.
I had my mom's cookies for breakfast. Happy birthday, Mom. Hope you're enjoying Austria.
Oh,
Wow.
look at all
Cookies
these
for
women that are having birthdays.
Happy birthday,
Yeah, women can have birthdays too, Josh.
That's true. We love women having birthdays.
Women.
Joey, are you back on the console tomorrow for Creighton basketball?
Yes.
Jimmy
And
Allen.
shoot around starts at 1:30 tomorrow, John.
Look at that. Oh, yeah. Shoot arounds at 1:30, not
1:30.
1 o'clock. Back in my day, Joey,
Wait, Jimmy
shoot around
Allen's
was
here?
90 minutes, no matter the opponent. It could be McKendree or it could be the number one team in the country.
Well,
We
if
always
you're
went
upset,
90.
go ahead and complain to producer Josh about it.
No, here's what I'm just
Whoa.
going to say. Oh, look, it's Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Oh dear God, get
Yeah.
him off that camera.
Yeah.
Don't you? We have children watching this show.
Yeah, seriously. I feel like this is now explicit. This is an explicit YouTube video.
All right. Well, again, a reminder, Stuff the Truck tomorrow starting at 11. You can come by, drop off a new unwrapped toy. We hope you do, so help out the kids this Christmas season. And I'll talk to you tomorrow from CHI Health Center starting at 2:30, 3 o'clock tip, Blue Jays versus UNLV.
I'll talk to you Monday. I'm not going to talk tomorrow.
You're not going to talk at all tomorrow?
No, I'll probably talk.
Okay.
Little talking. I'm going to watch football.
Can I talk to you guys?
Sure.
Sure.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.